Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. As we get ready to go with race number one, this will be the Ice Bike Open, round one for 5 laps. On the 71 is Kim Hood out of Winnipeg on the Kawasaki. The 219 is Caden Katowicz. Caden is from Petersfield, Manitoba. Riding the 318 is Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour. The 126 is John Zielinski out of Dugald, former snowmobile racer. And the 489 is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Next race coming up in the pit area and in staging will be a Relic Mod Superstock 300 Fan Cool Free Air Combo race. That'll be a final. That is up next for race number 2. So if you're in that class, you need to be there right quick. All right, race number 1 of a total of 54 on the day here. We'll start with the two-wheelers. Looks like a pretty good start on the outside for the 489. That is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. We do have radar in turn number 1 today. We'll be telling you the speeds as we get them throughout the day. Race 1, Ice Bike Open. Most of these are 450cc 4-strokes. Of course, the 2-stroke engine, very, very popular in motocross for many, many years, and mostly 4-strokes nowadays. As we turn another lap here. Racing through turn number 3 and 4 here for FXR and Westside Power Sports. 219 doing a great job. He is your race leader. That is Caden Katowicz. Second place is 3-time Canadian motocross champion Kim Hood. He is on the 71. He also won the over 50 nationals at Glen Ellen in California many years ago. He's a fantastic athlete. Was a roofer as a career and an unbelievable motocross rider. And in his late 60s, in second place here on that green Kawasaki number 71. Fantastic guy as well. Very, very knowledgeable. Well, that last lap, we were talking about the speeds, 85 miles per hour on 2 wheels on ice. White flag coming out. Looks like we got a red flag in turn number 4. And I do not see that green Kawasaki, the 71. As they head through turns 3 and 4, I am seeing a red flag here. We'll see what our starter does when we get to resuming this race, but the red has been pulled for sure. Okay, that's the 219 coming across. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba. All right, our first crash of the afternoon here in Beausejour. A total of 54 races on the schedule for FXR. While we tend to the situation in turns 3 and 4, I'd like to thank some of our great sponsors. They include FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, and Access Credit Union. Looks like we'll go to a restart of this first race of the day in the Ice Bike Open. Well, CoolDown.tv with us here this weekend once again. Anthony and Chris, Travis and the crew doing a great job on the camera. If you are not in Manitoba with us live here in Beausejour, want to welcome you to our internet broadcast on our YouTube channel. CoolDown.tv, always a great job. As we get set to resume this first race of the day in the Ice Bike Open, you can look in the infield section of the racetrack as well. We'll have some demonstration snowcross racing during intermissions. We'll have our track ride-along as well over at the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone. So all things to do here are exciting and fun, including our Moose Den, that is the beer garden. Our concession has delicious food here. Try one of those cheeseburgers. There's some fries and gravy over there. And you can get your CPTC promo wear right now at the beer garden, which is now known as the Moose Den. All right, over 4,000 hay bales located around this big half-mile oval here at CPTC, and our volunteers go to work to get the mess cleaned up in 3 and 4. Nice Manitoba afternoon. I think it's around 0, Anthony. We're just above freezing maybe here. About 14 inches ice or so around the half-mile oval, so that should be sufficient for the entire weekend. So it is showing 0. Okay, so that'd be 32 Fahrenheit for those of you south of the border. All right, let's go through the next couple of races in the pit area here. In staging, race 2, Relic Mod Super Stock 300 fan-cooled free air combo race for 3 laps. Then we'll go to the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380. That'll be for 13 to 17-year-olds and 10 to 12-year-olds. Then race 4 will be Super Mod 340 Liquid Super Stock 440 Liquid Combo Classic for 5 laps. So those are your next 3 or 4 races here for FXR. Also like to thank the Beausejour Home Hardware, White Chuck Carpentry, Ron's Marine, Century 21 Sun Country Realty, Lanson Pools, Oakbank Hearing Center, Westside Power Sports, Fort Garry Industries, Cubex for all of the track sweepers, Al Meisner Limited, and the RM of Brokenhead for making this tremendous event possible again this March here in Manitoba. All right, getting set to go. We are going to restart this Ice Bike Open race, and here we go. Looks like the 219 with a pretty quick start. That's Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield on the Honda. There's Kim Hood on the Kawasaki, of course. He crashed in turn 3 and 4, but appears that bike will be heading back to the pit area. Checkered flag is going to be coming out this time around. It is the 219 taking the win. That's Caden Katowicz, followed by the 489 of Avery Carr out of Beausejour, also on a Honda. So the Hondas 1 and 2, as Kim Hood on the 71 Kawasaki makes his way back to the pit area. All right, coming up next, Relic Mod Superstock 300 Fan Cool Free Air Combo. This will be a final for a total of 3 laps. And here's how they line up. The 24 is going to be Dave Penner out of Morris, Manitoba. He is on a 71 Skidoo. Now scratch the 57X of Ken Bruce out of St. Anne. Ken Bruce is a scratch. And riding out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan, the 179 is Jason Mackey. The 42 is David Onofrychuk out of Sandy Hook, Manitoba. That is a 79 Yamaha mounted rider. The 13 is John Hall. John is from Beausejour on a 71 Snowjet, riding a 1970 Skidoo. The 69 is Colin Demianic. And the 13 out of Winnipeg, Kieran Lowen on a 71 Yamaha. This is the Relic Mod Super Stock 300 Fan Cool Free Air Combo Final. 3 laps is the scheduled distance. Some pretty cool old relics here, getting set to do battle for 3 times around. 1.5 miles total here for these old sleds. John Hall out of Beausejour with the whole shot. The 179 Jason Mackey is out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan, and putting some pressure on. Those 2 riders really getting off that starting line quickly. Next race, Junior 2 Stock Fan should be in staging right now. 13 continues to lead. John Hall out of Beausejour on the Snowjet. Nope, scratch that. That is Kieran Lowen, we believe, on the 71 Yamaha. There's two number 13s here. John Hall is on a Snowjet. Kieran Lowen is on the Yamaha out of Winnipeg. 13 Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg on a 71 Yamaha. The 179 in the second spot is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. White flag being displayed. That's a good race up front here in our second race of the day. There's the 13 of John Hall in the third spot. John Hall is on the blue number 13. 69 is Colin Demianic out of Winnipeg on the 70 Skidoo. He's fourth unofficially. There's the 24 of Dave Penner out of Morris. And the 42 of David Ono-Frychuk out of Sandy Hook. Looks like Kieran Lowen's going to take this win out of Winnipeg. Second is the 179. Jason Mackey unofficially. 13 is John Hall on the blue Snowjet, third. 1971 Snowjet for John Hall out of Beausejour, number 13. And the rest of them are coming around now as we prepare to close this race up, our second race of the day. 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships are here as the 24 comes across. Dave Penner out of Morris, Manitoba. And rounding it out is the 42. That is David Ono-Frychuk out of Sandy Hook, Manitoba. That is a 79 Yamaha. Got a dead sled, the 24 of Dave Penner out of Morris. And it looks like the 69 might need some help as well. That is Colin Demianic out of Winnipeg on that 1970 Skidoo, number 69. Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 coming up next. Then race 4 will be your Supermod 340 Liquid Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. Race 5 will be Sportsman 600s. All right, our safety crew will go to work here to remove our sleds that have stopped on the track, and we'll get ready with race number 3. Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. We'll have 3 competitors in that one. And then on the back row, we'll do Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 with just a single rider. All right, we'll start with the back row. The 19Z or Z will be Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. He's the lone competitor in the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds. This is round number 1, of course, race number 3 on the day. Now, in the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds, they'll be on the front row. The 62 is Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. That is a 1999 Polaris. The 22 is Miles Manchelenko out of St. Malo. And the number 80 is Colby Pazurdik out of Balmoral, Manitoba on a 2000 Polaris. So that is your lineup. 3 across the front in Junior 2 Stock Fan, 1 across the back for Junior 1 Stock Fan. There is the 19 on the back row, Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. The only competitor in Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds. Good start for the number 22. That's Miles Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba. 1998 Skidoo. This one scheduled for a total of 4 laps as they race down the back chute into turn 3. Don't forget the 19Z is Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River in a class by himself in the 4th spot. But first spot in his class, of course. Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral looking good on that number 80. Regan Cassidy on the 62 is out of St. Genevieve in the second spot currently. Race number 3, Junior 2 and Junior 1 stock fan 380. Scheduled for 4 laps. Great looking crowd here today early in Beausejour. We want to thank you for coming out and supporting this 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. 80 in the 62, 1 and 2. The 22 is third. That's Miles Manchelenko. And of course, leading the Junior 1 stock fan class. But fourth on the track is Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River. White flag is going to be displayed this time around, indicating 1 more lap to go. Wipeout in 4. The 80 is continuing down the racetrack. .56 miles per hour on the previous circuit. It looks like that could be the 62 involved over there in turn number 4, but they have a high yellow, so we're okay here. Continuing to tick off the laps under green. And your winner is going to be the number 80 of Colby Pazernik unofficially. That was, in fact, the 62 involved in the crash. Looks like unofficially the 22 of Miles Manchelenko will take the second spot. And, of course, winning the Junior 1 stock fan, the 19 ZRZ out of Eagle River. That, of course, is Lucas Zadroik. All right, race 4 on our schedule, moving right along. Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. This is a final coming up, and the distance is 5 laps. Riding the 165 is Justin Habing out of Dugald. This is a 76 Polaris. And aboard a 77 Motoski is the 65. This is none other than Norm Chura out of Enola, Manitoba. The 13 is going to be Kieran Lowen on a 1980 Yamaha. The 140, Richard Strand, is out of Ironwood, Michigan. 223 is Adam Braun from Winnipeg. And the 481 is Lucas Nast out of Vermont on a 74 Skidoo. Lucas Nast out of, looks like Geethall, Vermont. Nice looking sleds in race number 4 here. Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic set to come your way. .481 with a great start. That is Lucas Nast out of Vermont. Chura on the 65 almost jumped, but what a start by Lucas Nast on the 74 Skidoo here in race number 4. Nice work. Third spot currently is the 223 Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. That is a 1981 Kawasaki, but the Vermont rider right now, Lucas Nast, showing the way with Norm Chura in the second spot. Braun is third. .83 miles per hour, the 165. Justin Habing fourth right now. Justin is on a 1976 Polaris, and Justin is out of Dugald, Manitoba. These riders getting some speed here. 481 continues to lead. Norm Chura second out of Enola. Adam Braun third. He is from Winnipeg. Then the 165 of Habing and the 140 of Richard Strand out of Ironwood, Michigan. White flag out for your race leader, Lucas Nast. Once again, we want to welcome everybody to the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Don't forget, we're going to do it all over tomorrow here and crown a new Canadian champion. 481 is going to take the win. Lucas Nast out of Vermont on his 74 Skidoo. Norm Chura on the moto ski will finish second out of Enola. Adam Braun third on the nice looking Kawasaki. Bright green number 223 for third spot. 165 Habing, then the number 140 of Richard Strand round out the top 5. All right, looking next for race number 5 on our schedule, which should be the Sportsman 600 class. We'll bring you that lineup momentarily. Race 5, Sportsman 600s coming up now. The 23 is going to be Will Manchelenko. Will is out of St. Malo, Manitoba. The 14 is Caden Temple from Grand Point. Riding the 29 out of Enola, Manitoba is Brad Harrison. The 13, we've seen him before today. John Hall is out of Beausejour on the 13. He is on a 1996 Skidoo. The 88 is Curtis Cam, a former modified stock car racer. Curtis Cam is from Oxdrift, Ontario, which is not far from where Anthony lives. See? I don't lie. The 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden, Ontario. And the 16 is out of Beausejour. This is DJ Saluk on a 2000 Polaris. This is a great field of very competitive Sportsman 600s here as we get set to go, all part of the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. And the number 88, Curtis Cam, will be your jumper. False start. No good. Got to go to row number 2. We're going to try this one more time. Riley Baker is our flagman and waves the green flag. Brad Harrison on the number 29 pops a bit of a wheelie on the start. Lots of traction there apparently as they head on down the back chute and into turn 3 and 4. We got a wreck on the back stretch. The rider is up and walking. Try to get you a number from over there as soon as we can. Yeah, the sled is upside down, Anthony. You are correct. But the good news is the rider is up and walking towards the overturned sled, so sled might need some attention, but the rider appears okay thus far, so that is always good news. Okay, we believe that's the 13 of John Hall out of Beausejour. We're just confirmed. Okay. Oh, yeah, there you go. Now we can see it on the broadcast. Awesome. For Fort Garry Industries, John Hall out of Beausejour. 1996 Skidoo. F3 on the recovery cart, or recovery sleigh. This is race number 5. Sportsman 600s, round 1 for 5 laps. There's the number 29. Rolling up, that Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba, an accomplished rider, does a real nice job. Good start for the number 88. Not so good of a start for the 179 of Jason Mackey. He's got a red 7. It's a white 1, red 7, white 9. Okay. Maybe he ran out of tape. Must have. All right, race 5, Sportsman 600s in turn 3 and 4 now. After a wreck on the back straightaway. Action at the back of the pack entering turn number 3 now in your Sportsman 600 round 1 race. It is the 88 in the lead. That is Curtis Camp out of Oxtriv. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden, Ontario. So a couple of Ontario natives showing the way here. DJ Saluk on the 16 is currently 3rd here. But he's trying to change that right now and moves into 2nd. DJ Saluk in the 2nd spot, going by the 08 of Artimowicz. Nice pass in turn number 1. And your leaders now around to take the white flag. 88, 16, 08 in the top 3 here. 29 is Harrison. And the 14, of course, Caden Temple out of Grand Point, Manitoba in the top 5. '88's going to take the win, Curtis Cam. DJ Saluk 2nd, 3rd is the 08. That is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden, Ontario. Brad Harrison 4th. Whoa, that was close at the finish line, 5th. And 6th, very, very close as the 179 of Jason Mackey came speeding through the checkered flag, but not good enough for the 5th spot there for that rider out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Don't forget the Moose Den is open, serving ice-cold beverages like Moosehead and Twisted Tea. You can check out the promo wear available over there as well. Our concession is open. All kinds of great things to see and do throughout the day here. Cobra Pit area, of course. You can get in there and check out all the cool equipment, meet some of the riders. As we move on now to Junior 2 F500 racing, race number 6 on the schedule. And we also have the Junior 1 F500s for 10 to 13-year-olds. So here's your lineup for Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy. The 25 is Xavier Kansarik out of Dryden, Ontario. 24, Brody Bartonen from Champion, Michigan. Riding the 626 is Waylon Corpita. 44 is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. 79X is Maverick Palubisky. And the 213 is Connor McRoberts. In the Junior 1 back row, 99X is Mika Palubisky. The 19Z is Lucas Zadroik. And the 80 is Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral. And we're racing. A great start for the number 44. Marley Peterson with a good start there off the line. Some really nice looking sleds in race number 6 here. Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds started on row 1. And in the back row, Junior 1 F500s for 10 to 13-year-olds. Maverick Palubisky out of Ontario on the 79X, showing the fast way around the big half mile here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Race 6, Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds is underway and looking good here so far. Some great action for second and third spot. 24 is Brody Bartonen. Connor McRobert is on the 213 at 80 miles per hour on the previous lap. They are getting at it for second and third place here. What a race that is. '79X still pushing the lead here. Maverick Palobiski looking real good on that bright green 79, but he's got company. The top three, well, you could put a blanket over him. That is competitive racing. 4th spot not far back. Look at this battle. White flag is out. 213 takes the lead. Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario, now in the number 1 spot, dropping the 79X of Maverick Palobiski to second. And now Palobiski having trouble here as third place, pulling alongside in turn 3 and 4. Look at this race. Certainly the most competitive race of the day here. 213 is going to win it. 24 and 79X. So Brody Bartonen getting up to the second spot on the number 24 out of Champion, Michigan. Pretty darn good race in race number 6, Junior 2 F500s. As they come across the start-finish line. Wow, that was definitely a battle in Junior 2 F500 racing for 14 to 17-year-olds. All right, let's go through the next couple of races for those of you in the pits getting ready. Race 7 will be your IFS 440X Jerry Bunky Cup. Race 8, Junior 2 Sprint 600 and Junior 1 Sprint 380 combined. Race 9 will be Superstock 340 Free Air 340 Liquid 440 Fan Combo. That'll be 5 laps. Then we go to race 10, Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 Final for 4 laps. All right, so this is race 7, IFS 440X, Jerry Bunky Cup. 35 is Dylan Barron, the 80 is Joe Presta, the 223 is Adam Braun, 79 is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette, back at her first race after a crash in Quebec. The 65 is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour, the 481 Calvin Cook is out of Dayton, Minnesota, and the other 481 is Lucas Mast. We are racing in the IFS 440X class. These things get along real good. One lap down. Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette showing the way. She is flying. Also races lightning sprints in the summer months. She is one heck of a competitor. Jerry Bunky Memorial Challenge. At 92 miles per hour currently on the racetrack, and there is a battle. Sponsored by First Street Auto, True Root Agricultural Contracting, SPI, Carroll Farms out of Swan Lake, Westside Power Sports, Al Meisner, Canadian Mechanical Specialty, PJ Materic Auto Body, Pamina Power Performance, Rantec Industrial, and Springfield Chiropractic. Round 1 of the Jerry Bunky Cup. White flag coming out this time around. They're on their final lap now as they fly on down the back straightaway at speeds approaching 90 miles an hour. There's the 2.23 off the pace. That is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg on a 1981 Kawasaki. Number 80 is going to take it. Joe Presta, Supergirl second. 481 Calvin Cook is out of Dayton, Minnesota, unofficially third in round one of your Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Of course, Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 1970s. He tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. So to honor the dedication, perseverance, and professionalism that Jerry displayed during his career, we at CPTC are pleased to present the annual Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge Award to the winner of the IFS 440X class. And we've been through our sponsors, and we'll go through them again a little bit later, but much appreciation to our great sponsors, including DeRoe Farms out of Swan Lake, Manitoba. Winner of last year's award was the 80 Joe Presta, and picking up the win there in heat number one, round one. All right, Anthony, what do we got? We're going to do some more racing, I think. Race number 8, according to our schedule. Should be Junior 2 Sprint 600 and Junior 1 Sprint 380. Of course, the Junior 1 Sprint 380s will start on the back row. Rider from New York. In that back row, the number 15 is Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York on a 2012 wall chassis. The 62 is going to be Regan Cassidy. And the 19Z or Z is Lucas Zdroik out of Eagle River, a 2020 Perry chassis. Now moving to the front row, this is a different class. This is Junior 2 Sprint 600s for 15 to 17-year-olds. This is round one for 5 laps as well. 29 is Oliver Davis from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario on a 1990 Polaris, we have the 213 Connor McRobert. The 24 is Brody Barton out of Champion, Michigan on an Arctic Cat. And rounding out the Junior 2 Sprint 600s, the 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin on a 2025 TNN chassis. We will do 11 races and then move to a Quebec's grooming break for intermission. There's the number 15 getting set. Sheldon. Oh, that's Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York. Should be in the back row, should that 15 be. 15 to the back for Junior 1 Sprint 380. All right, now we're set. 213 on the outside of the front row. Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. Waylon Corpito with the whole shot in Junior 2 Sprint 600 action. As they are all away and under green here in race 8. Next race up, race 9, Superstock 340 Free Air and 340 Liquid 440 Fan Combo. You should be in staging right now. Troubles for the 213 of Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. That sled sounds a bit sick as it heads down the front chute. Race 10 coming up will be Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500. That's a couple of races away, but you should get yourself to staging and be ready for race number 10. Oliver Davis looking real good on that number 29 in the lead in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class. There's the number 15 out of New York, Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York. White flag being displayed for your race leader. 6:26 in the second spot in Junior 2 Sprint. That is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Having a good run, but not enough to catch the leader. There's the number 15, Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York on the wall chassis. Bit of a drive. Oliver Davis going to take that one second. Is going to be the 626 of Waylon Corpita. There's the number 62, Reagan Cassidy. The 15, Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York. Rounding out the Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. Plus 80-mile-per-hour speeds in that last race, race number 8, for the Junior 2 Sprint 600s for 15 to 17-year-olds. Well, our 50-50 ladies will be making their way around the track. In-person purchasing can be done in the Moose Den as well. Just see your beverage counter volunteers. Now, if you don't want to venture out into the cold, you can purchase from your phone using the online link available through our CPTC Racing website. 50% goes to the lucky ticket holder and 50% goes to local sports teams and community groups, along with helping us maintain the facility. Now, the 50-50 draw will take place in the Moose Den at 6:10 p.m. on March 8th. For any questions or concerns, please consult Aaron Singbiel in the Moose Den. Good luck. All right, race 9. Coming up next, Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combo final for 5 laps. 580 is Joey Friesen. The 78 is going to be Mike Klassen. Both those riders out of Altona, Manitoba, right near the U.S. border. The 84 is Chad Bartok. 29 is Corey Johnson. The 223 is Adam Braun. 15, Sheldon Carlson. 12 is Alex Braun out of Altona. The 14, Alex Manchelenko. And the 165 is Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba on a 1976 Polaris. Next race up will be race number 10, Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 Final. Be ready in staging, please. The 84, Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba, showing the way. Sheldon Carlson looking good in the top 3. He is out of Mackinac, North Dakota. That is a 1976 Mercury. Here come your leaders once again. 29 is in the 3rd spot, Corey Johnson. Here comes the 12 on the outside. Good-looking John Deere of Alex Braun. Your leaders at 70 miles per hour, 7-0, entering turn number 1. Thanks to our great volunteers on the radar in turn 1. Chad Bartok moving along, the 15 and the 29. There's the 12 and the 223 and 5th. Adam Braun is out of Winnipeg on the 223 on that Kawasaki, currently running in the top 5. One more to go for the number 84, Chad Bartok. Carlson, then the 29, Corey Johnson out of Oakbank. Adam Braun. Alex Manchelenko is on the number 14 out of DeFrost, Manitoba. That is a 1980 Motoski. 78 off the pace, Mike Klassen out of Altona, but checkers to the number 84. That is Chad Bartok. Sheldon Carlson, then the 29, followed by the 223 of Adam Braun in fourth. 14, unofficially fifth, Alex Manchelenko. There's the 165, Justin Habing. Justin Habing is out of Dugald, and that is a 1976 Polaris. Unofficially in the sixth spot. 580, Joey Friesen is out of Altona. Coming across the start-finish line on that 1980 Yamaha. And moving not so quickly, the 78, Mike Klassen out of Altona. I believe we'll be coming to a stop here momentarily in turn one. Looks like we'll need our recovery crew to the entrance turn one on the outside of the racetrack along the bales. As we get set to move to our next race, Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 Final. This one scheduled for 4 laps. Then our final race before a Quebec's grooming break will be race 11. And this will be your Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid Final, also for 4 laps. So women's F500, then Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid Finals for races 10 and 11 here at the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. All right, looking for race number 10, Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 action. Be sure and pick up your program as it is every year, absolutely beautifully prepared. Get your race schedules as well at the front gate. Some beautiful pictures in here. Looks real good this year as usual. Don't forget to support our advertisers here that can be found in the program and sponsoring the racetrack. What a facility this is. It just keeps getting better each and every year. All right, here we go. Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 Final. Hannah Cook is on the 757. Hannah is out of Dayton, Minnesota. 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster. The 113 is Hannah Westland out of Strathcona. And the 44 is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster on a 2023 Westland chassis. So 4 competitors here getting set to go. Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500. Looks like Hannah Cook with a pretty strong start, but moves into the second spot in the inside of turn 1 and 2. 4 competitors for 4 laps in your Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 Final. Next up, Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid Final for 4 laps. 113H is your leader, Hannah Westland. Miranda Peterson is on the 434, looking good in the second spot. Hannah Cook third on the 757. Hannah's out of Dayton, Minnesota. That is a 1989 Polaris. Showing green on the front chute. Westland pulling away. Nothing changing in the top 3 or top 4 for that matter. 44 is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster, the number 44. That is a 2023 Westland chassis. White flag out for Westland. 113H Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. That is a 1992 Polaris, and it is running strong. Miranda Peterson on the 434 second. Hannah Cook third. And checkered flag coming out. Hannah Westland's going to take it. Second spot, the 434, Miranda Peterson. Hannah Cook third. And fourth will be Marley Peterson. And the 44 coming fourth out of Lancaster, Minnesota. That'll do it for your Black Cat Wear Parts Women's F500 4-lap final. One more race before a Quebec's grooming break. And it's going to look like this. Race 11, Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid. Final for 4 laps. 13 is going to be Kieran Lowen, the 65, Norm Chura. Vic Mazer is out of West St. Paul, Manitoba on the 44. And John Hall is out of Beausejour on a good-looking 73 Arctic Cat. Some seasoned veterans here getting set to do battle for race 11. Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid 4-lap final. And then we will move to a Quebec's intermission break. John Hall out of Beausejour. 2 number 13s. You figure with a race, Anthony, with 4 people, they could have different numbers. 2 of them share the number 13. So John Hall is on the 13, the black and green Arctic Cat. The other 13 is Kieran Lowen on the 75 Yamaha that's blue. 44 with a heck of a start. Vic Mazer on the throttle in a hurry. This one's scheduled for 4 laps as they come down the front chute. Mazer and Chura, 1 and 2, the 44, the 65. Kieran Lowen on the Yamaha. Number 13 is third. And number 13, John Hall, is fourth. Half the field, lucky 13. But maybe not so lucky. They're third and fourth on the racetrack. Look at this battle for the lead. .69 miles per hour as they run side by side down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Good battle here. Both of these sleds are 1973 Polarises. Look at this, wow. 44 trying to make that track a little more narrow in 1 and 2. He shoots up and opens the door, and the 65 walks right through it. Checkered flag's going to be waving. Norm Chura is going to take it over the 44 of Vic Mazer, who's second. Kieran Lowen third on the Yamaha, and there is John Hall on the other number 13. 73 Arctic Cat, John Hall out of Beausejour, unofficially fourth. Well, that'll do it for the first part of our day. We will now take a Quebec's intermission break, get the racetrack cleaned up and ready for, well, about another 40-something races. So visit the Moose Den or beer garden, pick up some promo wear, get yourself a nice cold beverage, check out the concession. They have some delicious food over there. Cobra Pit area is open, all kinds of things to see and do during this Quebec's intermission break. We'll be back momentarily for FXR right here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Okay. I'm Lee by the Valley, and I'm protected by FAST.
DJ Saluk outside on the black 16. Looks like the 75 of Calvin Cook with a great start there as they head on down the back chute into turns 3 and 4. Moving right along here in race 31. Pro Champ 440, USSA Polestar Cup action. Travis McDonald in the second spot and getting a little sideways in turn 1 and 2. The Wall Brothers Racing 111 in the third spot. That is Tanner Foss. Great racing here in the top 3 in race 31. Danique Lambert is fourth on the number 3. 96 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Ticking off the laps here. Calvin Cook on the 75, managing so far to hold off the number 8 of Travis McDonald out of the Lockport, Manitoba area. Tanner Foss holding on to that third spot on the Wall Brothers Racing, number 111. White flag is out. 1 to go. Danique Lambert with a run on third place here now. Your leaders exiting turn number 4. This is going to be a good one. Your winner is going to be the 75, followed by Travis McDonald, the 111 of Foss, and the 3 of Danique Lambert. Unofficially 5th. And rounding out the top 5 is the 16 of DJ Saluk. Into turn 1 and 2 they go. They are flying through there. Our premier class here at the Co-op Community Complex is the Pro Champ 440s, who this year have availability on a new 106-inch track that's supposed to be a little bit more durable. Lane Stevenson, your leader currently on the Wall Brothers Racing Walker Evans FXR 102. Blaine Stevenson continues to lead. Lockport's Travis McDonald is second. Tom Olson third. Mankey on the number 11. Fred Mankey is out of Lodi, Wisconsin, and is in fourth spot. .99 miles per hour for the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Travis McDonald doing a great job. He was awful fast yesterday and came down with the flu late in the day. But Travis McDonald going race by race today. The Warrior out of Lockport, Manitoba, sponsored by ServPro and Bennett's Marine. Tom Olson third on the 39. 16 moving up to the fourth spot. That is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. This Pro Champ class certainly eats up the laps quickly. And it's going to be Blaine Stevenson, followed by Travis McDonald. Then the 39 of Tom Olson, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. DJ Saluk, and the 21 of If you are the driver of a white Hyundai Elantra, license number S as in Sam 03627, you are actually parked in the Stars helicopter landing site, and we need you to go get your vehicle and go to the east gate, and they will repark you. So again, if you're the driver of a white Hyundai Elantra S03627, please get your vehicle, go to the east gate, and they will give you some further parking instructions. Thank you. All right, we're back. Race 12, Supermod 440 Free Air Liquid Final for 4 laps. 65 is going to be Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Scratch Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Riding the 65 is Norm Chura. The 154 is Riley Harrison out of Enola. 165 is Justin Habing. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette. And we understand the 481 of Lucas Nass did not make staging. We'll see if he appears after. Once again, if you're the driver of a white Hyundai Elantra, license plate SO3627, you need to move your vehicle. You're in the Stars Landing area. Go to the east gate and they will repark you. What a start for the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. 1974 Skidoo on the move. Wow. She is flying here. Supermod 440 free air and liquid final. 4 laps is the distance. '65 Cody Whitechuck, that's the white Polaris. Also another 65 Norm Chura on the moto ski. In the top 5 here in race 12 on your schedule. Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette, after a pretty tough injury in Quebec, it is her first time back on the racetrack since that accident, and she is looking awful good. 96 miles per hour on the previous lap. That is moving right along. White flag for the 79. Sabrina Blanchette. Cody Whitechuck in the second spot. Norm Chura third on the moto ski. The 165, Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba, is fourth. And that'll do it. The 79 picks up the win. Not much question about that. Sabrina Blanchette takes the win over Cody Whitechuck in second. Norm Chura on the 76 motoski third. And there's the 165 of Justin Habing out of Dugald on the 73 Polaris, unofficially fourth in race 12. Once again, a white Hyundai Elantra is parked in the Stars Landing area. License plate SO3627. You need to move that vehicle. Please get in your vehicle, move that Elantra, and head over to the east gate, and they will tell you where to park from there. It's officially moved. All right. We don't need to make that one anymore then. Okay. All right, a combined race here, race 13. Back row will be Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds. It's going to be the 19Z of Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River, all by his lonesome in the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class. In the front row, Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. 22 is going to be Miles Manchelenko. Number 80 is Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral, and the 62 is going to be Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. 3 competitors in the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class, 1 competitor in the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class. Getting set to go right now. Looks like the 80 with the whole shot. Colby Pazernik is out of Balmoral, Manitoba. Miles Manchelenko is third on the 98 Skidoo, the bright yellow Skidoo. Miles is out of St. Malo, Manitoba, competing in the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class for 13 to 17-year-olds. Second spot, Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, but it is all the number 80 so far. Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral in the lead here. This is a final for the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class, scheduled for 4 laps. Well, at our next QBEX intermission break, we will offer the family fun rides. You want to get over to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone and board the bus, and they'll take you around the racetrack. Pretty fun deal. You'll do that at the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone. Oh, we've got an upside down sled on the front stretch. Could be that 19Z of Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River. I think that's the only blue sled in the competition here, so yeah, it's got to be him. He is all by his lonesome in that Junior 1 stock 380 class. So Riley Baker looks it over and flips it over. See if he can continue. We're told from Riley the rider is fine, the sled not so good so far. On our official race radio. All right, coming up next, race 14 will be the Pro Lights. Then we'll move to race 15, Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo. Race 16 after that will be Junior 2 F500s for 14 to 17-year-olds. Many thanks going out to Lanson Pools and Spas. If you're tuned in to cooldown.tv on the YouTube channel, you can see the number 19 out of Eagle River, Wisconsin, getting on the recovery sled. And we'll be back underway here momentarily. Okay, 2 laps to go, we're told, as the 19 of Lucas Zadroik on the recovery sleigh right at the start-finish line. So we will restart this race without him. So who is left are 3 sleds, and they are all Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 competitors, 13 to 17-year-olds in age. 22 Miles Manchelenko, the 80 of Colby Pazernik, and the 62 of Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. Those are your top 3 and only 3. Good start for the number 80. He will be your leader, followed by the 22 of Miles Manchelenko. And the 62 third is Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. Attention in the pit area. Next race is the Pro Lights, race number 14. You are up next. Pro Lights. White flag in this one. Colby Pazernik with a big lead, the 22 and 62 battling for second and third here. 22 is Miles Manchelenko from St. Malo. The 62, Regan Cassidy on a 1999 Polaris. Checkered flag will be in the air this time around. And your winner is going to be the 80 of Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral, Manitoba. That is a 2000 Polaris, followed by Regan Cassidy, and the 22. In third is Miles Manchelenko. Of course, our Junior 1 Stock Fan competitor was out early. All right, race 14 scheduled up next. Pro Lights, round 1, 4 laps. 29 is going to be Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. That is a 2025 wall chassis. Riding the 113H is Hannah Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota. 25 is Kyler Kubek out of Colony, Wisconsin. And the number 10, it's number 11 on your schedule or your schedule sheets, but it is actually number 10, Derek Meyer, not 11 as shown on your lineup sheets. So number 10 will be Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan on a 2000 Skidoo. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on cooldown.tv. Whether you are from Canada, the United States, We've had people from Australia. Pretty cool. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We're having a great day here in Beausejour, Manitoba, all part of the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Great facility, great employees, and lots of fun on the racetrack all the time as we get set to go with the pro lights. Good battle into turn 1 and 2 as they head on down the back straightaway. It is the 10, Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan, leading the 25 of Kyler Kubek out of Kewaunee, Wisconsin. Nothing changing this lap so far. 113H third, Hannah Westland. Oliver Davis is on the 29 in the Pro Light class. Oliver Davis on the 29 is out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. White flag is out, 1 to go for your race leader, the number 10, Derek Meyer. A good lead for Derek Meyer on the number 10. That is a 2000 Skidoo. That time around, 90 miles per hour. And that'll do it. The 10 wins it. Pretty good run for the number 10 of Derek Meyer. Shown as 11 on our lineup sheets, but it's actually the number 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigan on the 2000 Skidoo with the big win. All right, that'll do it for race 14 in the Pro Lights. We'll move now to race 15, Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo final for 5 laps. Number 14 is going to be J.J. Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. He is riding an 81 Yamaha. The number 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota, a 76 Mercury. 35 is Blaine Paulson from Manitoba, 76 Polaris. And on a 1976 Yamaha, 47 is Dan Leonard out of Beausejour. 42 is David Onofreychuk out of Sandy Hook, and the 31 is Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan. Well, in race 15, of course, the number 35 is Blaine Paulson. And he has been racing this track since the 1970s for Jones Paulson Racing, sponsored by Westside Power Sports. So great to have the number 35 of Blaine Paulson with us here, back turning some laps on the big, legendary half-mile oval. All right, here we go. Looks like a good start for the 15 of Sheldon Carlson. The 15 is a 1976 Mercury. And the rider is out of Mackinac, North Dakota. This is your Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo, and the distance is 5 laps. Carlson looking good. Here comes the number 31, Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan. Speed on that last lap was 62 miles per hour. 42 off the pace. That is David Onofreychuk out of Sandy Hook, Manitoba. We are on race 15 of a total of 54 on the day. Sheldon Carlson still leads with the 31 second. 65 miles per hour. Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan on the 1976 Mercury. Looking pretty strong, but not as strong as your race leader, who got a great start and just continued on from there. .31 in the second spot. There's the 14 of J.J. Koopman, unofficially third. .35 is Blaine Paulson on the 1976 Polaris. Jones Paulson Racing entry. White flag for your race leader, the 15 Sheldon Carlson. Checkered flag is out for Sheldon Carlson, the 31 coming home second unofficially, Dwayne Lassen. There's the 14 of J.J. Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. That is a 1981 Yamaha, unofficially in the third spot. .41. That might be the 47. 47 of Danny Leonard, who competed in Kenora at the dirt track that had snow on it in February. In the twin class. All right, so where are we? Race 15 moving to 16 now. This will be Junior 2 F500 and Junior 1 F500 combined. All right, here's your lineup for Junior 2 F500s for 14 to 17-year-olds. This is the final for 5 laps. The 25 is Xavier Kanceruk out of Dryden, Ontario. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy. Driving 24 is Brody Barton out of Champion, Michigan. And the 626 is Waylon Corpita. 213 is Connor McRobert. The 44 is Marley Peterson. And the 79X is Maverick Palubisky out of Ontario. In the Junior 1 back row, 19Z is Lucas Zadroik. The 80 is Colby Pazernik, and the 99X is Mika Palubisky out of Ontario. And we're underway. Race number 16. Junior 2 F500s and Junior 1 F500 combined class. Next up, we will move to the two-wheelers. Race 17, Ice Bike Open. Then Junior 2, Junior 1 Sprint combined. Brody Barton leading this one out of Champion, Michigan. The 213 is Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. 1991 Polaris. Looking good in the top 3. They are moving. Maverick Palubisky Onan in the third spot. Bright green 79X looking good. 83 miles per hour on the last run. Green flag being displayed here. Once again, we'd like to welcome you to Beausejour here for the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR. Whether you're out in internet land watching on your computer or big screen TV or live with us here, we're having a great day of motorsports action so far for FXR. White flag being displayed here in race 16. Leaders working. We've got a crash in turn number 4. Checkered flag coming out for the 24, Brody Bartonen. 626 coming across, Waylon Corpita. This is the Junior 2 F500 class. 213 involved in turn 4. Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. Now it looks like the rider is up, and we're going to have to get our recovery crew to check things out in turn number 4. All right, so we'll get you a report over from turn number 4. So we look at our cooldown.tv instant replay. Of course, we also have screens right here in the grandstands. You can watch the replay, courtesy of cooldown.tv. Looks like Simply lost control. Doesn't look like a collision of any sort. And right into the bales in turn number 4. So our safety crew getting to work. Riley Baker is over there as the 213 gets dragged over to the recovery sled. That is Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario, 1991 Polaris. All right, so the cleanup continues in turn 4 for the 213 of Connor McRobert out of Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. We did get a checkered flag in that race, I do believe. I think that one's official. I saw the checkered flag, so we'll bring you the results on cooldown.tv, official results, as a couple things may have changed as a result of the accident. Also on the track was a Junior 1 F500 class. And coming up next should be your Ice Bike Open. This will be round 2 for the motocross bikes. Round 2 for 5 laps is on the schedule. And there they are in the staging area for Lanson Pools and Spas. Service delivered, yours to enjoy. All right. Westside Power Sports, one of the sponsors here in the Ice Bike Open, as they begin to roll. 126 is John Zielinski from Dougald, Manitoba. Riding the 219 is Caden Katowicz from Petersfield. 489 Avery Carr out of Beausejour. And the 71 scheduled to run will be Kim Hood, who crashed in round number 1. 318 is Tyler Feeblecorn, and he is out of Beausejour. And that'll do it. Feeblecorn is on the 318, and he is on a KTM. Following the Ice Bike Open race, we'll move to Junior 2 Sprint 600 and Junior 1 Sprint 380. That is a combined race. Race 19, Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid combo final. Then we'll move to the Outlaws with the roll cages. They look like dirt track sprint cars on ice. Ice, ice, baby. That's right. Good start for the 219 on the outside. He could sweep right around, and it looks like he does so. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield on the Honda. Kim Hood already back on the throttle in his late 60s as a 3-time Canadian motocross champion and Glen Ellen winner for the over 50 nationals in California. He knows how to rip, and he's got that 71 Kawasaki in the second spot, and now challenging for the lead. Look at him go. 82 miles per hour. These guys are serious. This race scheduled for 5 laps. In the third spot, Avery Carr. Good battle in the top 3 here in round 2 of the ice bikes. Tension in the pit area once again. Junior 2 Sprint 600 and Junior 1 Sprint 380s need to be in staging right now. White flag coming out on the next lap here as they come down the straightaway. There's the white flag. Nothing changing in the top 3. Caden Kotowicz, 71 Kim Hood. And the 489 of Avery Carr in the top 3 here. Good racing going on at the back of the pack for 4th and 5th, but right now our attention is turned to turn 3 and 4. Caden Kotowicz coming towards a checkered flag. He'll take it, followed by Kim Hood and the 489. Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Honda mounted rider finishing 3rd. 126 John Zielinski out of Dugald on the Honda in the 4th spot. Tyler Feeblecorn on the 318 rounds it out, and he is out of Beausejour on the KTM. Don't forget, in our next Quebec's grooming break, we will, of course, have our ride-along, our track ride-along. You can go to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone and board the bus, and they'll take you around the racetrack and for a bit of a pit tour. So pretty cool stuff happening at our next Quebec's intermission break as we get set to move now to race 18, which should be Junior 2 Sprint 600 and Junior 1 Sprint 380, and we'll bring you that lineup in just a few moments. All right, here's your lineup for race number 18. Junior 2 Sprint 600s for 15 to 17-year-olds. The 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Aboard the 29 is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. The 213 is Connor McRobert. 24 is Brody Bartnan out of Champion, Michigan on the Articat. Now in the back row, this is Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds, scheduled to start the 15, Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York, on the Wall Brothers Racing chassis. 62 is Regan Cassidy, and the 19Z is Lucas Zadroik. Good start for the 24 of Brody Bartnan out of Champion, Michigan. Tension in the pit area. Next race up, Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid. That is a combo race. 3 competitors, you're up next. Oliver Davis on the 29 showing the way. He is out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin on the 2008 Wall chassis. 5 laps is the distance in this final. Oliver Davis looking good. 6.26 in the second spot. Waylon Corpita trying to catch the leader, but the leader is getting away. Couple of Wisconsin riders showing the way here and doing a very good job of it. .62 off the pace. That's Regan Cassidy. In the other class, the Junior 1. 24 is third in Junior 2. That is Brody Bartonen. Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York, leading Junior 1s, but we have a red flag on the track. All right, I guess the accident was in turn 2, we're told, and what happened was the rider got back on and pulled into the pits, but we do have a red flag here, so a restart will be necessary in your Junior 2 and Junior 1 sprint classes. This is a combined race. Once again, a final call for Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid combo race, a final for 3 laps coming up next. Don't forget to get your 50-50 tickets, whether online or at the Moose Den. We have our 50-50 ticket ladies circulating throughout the grandstand. You can't win if you're not in, so grab yourself a 50-50 ticket here today. I bought mine a couple of weeks ago online, maybe a week ago. Waiting one rider in turn number 4. That's the number 15 of Jack Stasko out of Cicero, New York. He competes in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds, and it looks like that sled is fired off. And we're away once again. Well, if we look at the back of the pack, that is the Junior 1 sprint. They started in row 2. Jack Stasko and the 19 Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River. And the top 3, of course, on the front row were your Junior 2 Sprint 600 riders. White flag is out. And less than a lap to go now here in race number 18 on your schedule. '29's going to take it. Oliver Davis, 6:26 Waylon Corpita coming across the line. 24 third, unofficially Brody Bartonen. Jack Stasko coming across in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class, along with Lucas Zadroik on the 19Z or Z. Some debris on the racetrack. All right, moving right along here today for FXR, race 19, Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid Cooled Combo Race. This is a final, and the distance is 3 laps. And aboard a 1977 motoski out of Anola, Manitoba, the number 65 is Norm Chura. On the 165 from Dugald, Manitoba, this is a 76 Polaris. The driver is Justin Habing. And driving the 481 is Lucas Nast out of Vermont. That is a 74 Skidoo on the inside of the starting line. Some competitive drivers here as we get set to go. Riley Baker looking him over. Green flag, here we go. Great start for Lucas Nast on the 481. Here comes your leader down the front chute on lap 1. Lucas Nast leading Norm Chura and Justin Habing in third. 85 miles per hour for your race leader. The 481 out of Vermont. Lucas Nast showing the way here. And pretty convincingly showing the way here. As Lucas Nast collects the white flag, 1 to go. Chura second. Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba, third. And checkered flag will be waving this time around for your race leader and winner, Lucas Nast out of Vermont, winning on the 74 Skidoo. Norm Chura on the moto ski will be second on the number 65. And there's the 165 of Justin Habing out of Dugald on the Polaris in third. That'll do it for your Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid combo race. All right, looks like time for the 600cc Outlaws. These look like dirt track sprint cars. They have a roll cage and a steering wheel, so I guess we can safely call these riders drivers because they're driving these things. Outlaw 600s, the 44W is Dave Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. The 3XL is Shorty Kern out of Browntown, Wisconsin. Riding the 19, or driving the 19, Chris Plasky. 22 is Kelly Price. The 18 is Jason Drake. 381 is Chris Soren, and the 1 is Joe Schneider. Joe Schneider is out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, and they will use a rolling start just like a dirt track sprint car. We are underway. 44W David Webster on the move out of Monroe, Wisconsin. That's an Articat-powered Outlaw 600. As we race here in the Outlaw 600 division. Oh, we've got some action in turn 4. Leader slowed up. There goes the 381. Chris Soren out of St. Rita, Manitoba. As the 44 pulls off to the inside, but your new leader is the 381 of Chris Soren, a former Lightning Sprint racer, and he built that 381 and did a really nice job. There's the number 19, always competitive, Chris Plasky. They are getting at it here in the Outlaw 600 class. .81 miles per hour. Still side by side. What a race. .19 is your leader. Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. Soren in the second spot. There's the 3 and the 18. Shorty Curran in the 3. 18 is Jason Zadroik. Looking over in turns 3 and 4 now in the Outlaw 600 class. Your winner is going to be 19 of Chris Plasky, the 381 Soren. Second, then the 3. That's Shorty Curran, followed by the 18 of Jason Zadroik out of Eagle River. Pretty competitive racing there in the Outlaw 600 class. Next up, your IFS 340X final for 3 laps, and we'll bring you that lineup momentarily. Race 21, IFS 340X action set to come your way momentarily. Tough break for the number 44 of David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. He is on the Articat and will get the recovery sled here momentarily. All right, so awaiting the arrival of the IFS 340X final. That'll be race 21. Race 22 will be your Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open, and then we will go to a Quebex intermission break. And, of course, when we do that, we will have our ride-along, family ride-along. So the bus will arrive at the Access Family Fun Zone. You can board the bus and take a ride around the legendary half mile during our Quebex intermission break. You'll also get a pit tour, so do check it out at the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone. That is the ride-along. All right, so not a big lineup in the IFS 340X final. In fact, just 3 drivers or riders. IFS 340X has the 80 of Joe Presta, the 35 Dylan Barron out of Enola on a 1979 NCR Skidoo, and the 481 should be Lucas Nast out of Vermont on a 74 Skidoo. So 3 riders, 3 laps. All right, looking for 3 riders here for race 21 of 54 on the day. All right, then race 22, Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. All right, this will be a quick one. 3 laps with 3 competitive riders. 481 of Lucas Nast has been getting great starts here today. See if he can do it again. And he does! Shot out of a cannon, the 481 Lucas Nast out of Vermont. Battle now is between Barron and Presta for second and third in this 3-lap showdown. There's Presta second, Barron third. For just 3 sleds, this one is pretty competitive. But it's only 3 laps, so it's going to be done quickly as the white flag coming out this time around, indicating 1 more lap to go in your IFS 340X final. 2 down, 1 to go. .86 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader, Lucas Nast out of Vermont on the 74 Skidoo. Nast, Presta, and Barron in the top 3 and only 3. That'll do it for race 21, IFS 340X final. All right, Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open coming your way for round 1. Our first look at the four-wheelers here today. Sponsored by Mackenzie Diesel. The 14 is Nick Campbell out of Beausejour. 22 is Mike Verbruge from Garson. 29 is Corey Johnson from Oakbank. The 43 is Rob Clark from Beausejour. 26 is Kristen Campbell. The 44, Ethan Clark from Beausejour. Mike Denny is on the 69 from Winnipeg. The 7 is Ryan Gibson. 65 is Cody Whitechuck. And the 22 is Zach Jasek out of Beausejour. Scratch Rob Clark from this one. Rob Clark on the 43 is a scratch out of Beausejour. And looking for the green flag there. Oh, big wheelie. Look at that 22. That was like a bucking bronco off the starting line. Zach Jasek out of Beausejour with a out-of-control number 22. As we head into turn 3 and 4 on the first lap of your Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open class. This is round 1 for 5 laps. Following this, we'll go to a Cubex intermission break. Mike Verbruge on the 22. The 7 is Ryan Gibson. The 22 is Mike Verbruge out of Garson. All in the top 3 here and showing the way. Ryan Gibson, 22-29, the 65 right there in 4th. Cody Whitechuck. Kristen Campbell's on the 26. These ATVs, 70 miles per hour on the last lap. Not quite as fast as the motocross, the ice bikes, but still moving along pretty good at 70 mph. Ryan Gibson leading the 22. Mike Verbruge. Heads up. We have got some action in turn 4. White flag still being displayed. Rider is up and okay in turn 3 and 4. White flag is on the front straightaway. A little bit of action here in your Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open class. Seven, Ryan Gibson with the checkers, the 22 in the second spot. 65 coming across third unofficially. That is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. We had a pair of 22s there, actually, Zach Jasek and the 22 of Mike Verbruge out of Garson. That'll do it for race number 22, Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open Round 1. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time for a Cubex grooming break. Don't forget, if you want to do the track ride along, head on over to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone, board the van, and they'll take you around the big half-mile oval. Also, the Moose Den is open. That's our beer garden. Check it out. Concession as well. Delicious food. Do get some, and we'll be back soon with race 23, which will be Pro Champ 440 action for the first time on the weekend.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bomber Store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
Did you know that Moosehead is 100% owned, 100% packaged, and 100% brewed in Canada? Now, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that would make Moosehead 300% Canadian. Makes you think.
What a great crowd. Wow. We are excited about the event here today. Great racing action down the back straightaway. The top four, well, you could put a blanket over them right now. Getting real tight in turn 3 and 4 now. Coming out of turn 4, 3 wide. .39X of Justin Peterson is your leader. The 8 of Travis McDonald is second on the Skidoo. Also sponsored by Bennett's Marine. Gunnar Stern, G-Money in the 3rd spot on the Red Bull Skidoo. Travis McDonald has won several Saturdays and Sunday races in Beausejour, but is gunning for his first Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. 95 miles per hour on that previous circuit. Here they come down the front straightaway. Justin Peterson leads Gunnar Stern and Travis McDonald. Travis McDonald throws up his hand, it looks like, in turn 3 and 4. White flag for the 39X of Justin Peterson. Now the 9 moves into the 3rd spot. That is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Here comes the race to the finish. It's going to be close. 39X is going to take it over Gunnar Stern. So Justin Peterson one. Tyler Obi pulling up to the outside here of this race number 23 on your schedule. Pro Champs are away once again. Oh, crash right off the start. The 6 and the 39 got off the starting line quickly. That's Gavin Peterson on the 6 and there's the 79, the 8 of Travis McDonald, the MPH race. Well, fans, just a quick announcement to make over in the Moose Den. Foursquare Photo is over there taking photographs. So you can get on over to the Moose Den right now from 3 to 5 p.m. That is the photo booth at the Moose Den, courtesy of Foursquare Photos. Look for QR codes located throughout the facility from Foursquare Photo, taking photos from 3 to 5 at the Moose Den. Entry. Tyler Obi on the 21 getting set to go as well here. And we're going to do it all over. Here we go. Great start for the number 75. Wow. Calvin Cook on the inside, being challenged now down the back straightaway. But what a great start for Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Travis McDonald is your leader. He had a fantastic day here yesterday at the Co-op Community Complex and got sick, got the flu throughout the afternoon and was sick for the feature event last night and could not compete. But Travis McDonald on the 8 has been rocket fast when he has competed this weekend. On a Lockport area, here comes the 39X into the 2nd spot. Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport. 94 miles per hour on the previous lap. McDonald continues to lead the 39X. Then it is the 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Green flag being displayed. Calvin Cook on the 75. Running currently in the 4th position on the Hagen 75. That was a close one. It looks like Travis McDonald will best the 39X of Justin Peterson at the line. Wow, that was close. All right, we're back with Pro Champ 440 racing for the first time in the day. Round 1, Heat 1. This is race 23 on your schedule for 5 laps. And on the number 24 out of Beausejour, Manitoba, this is Jordan Sobetsky on the Polaris. The 28, none other than Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. He is on a Skidoo. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. He is on the Team PDF sled. Team PDF originates in Roseau, Minnesota, but the rider Reed Klinger is out of Athens, Wisconsin. And G Money Gunnar Stern will start this one out of West Chicago, Illinois. He is on the Red Bull Skidoo. The 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. The 75C, Calvin Cook. He is from Dayton, Minnesota. C21 is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. And Danny Lambert is on the 3 on the outside. And here we go into turn 1 with Pro Champ 440s for the first time of the day. We will have a total of 3 Pro Champ 440 races in a row. Gunnar Stern showing the way, the 28 in the second spot is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. This weekend, Gunnar Stern will be trying to tie Terry Wall's record here for Canadian Power Toboggan Championships as he has the Red Bull Skidoo cooking right now. Danny Lambert on the number 3 looking strong. He is on the Skelton number 3 in the 3rd spot. We are Pro Champ 440 racing here on the big half-mile oval for FXR. Round 1, Heat 1 for the big boys. .221 is Reed Klinger, that rider out of Athens, Wisconsin. 98 miles per hour for your race leader on the previous circuit. C21, Brandon Christensen in the top 5. Century 21 sponsored rider looking pretty good in this highly competitive class. Gunnar Stern with the checkered flag. Matt Gady in the 2nd spot. Number 3, Danny Lambert, the 221, Reed Klinger. Team PDF mounted rider in the 4th spot. Reed Klinger on the 221 on the Haugen Family Farms team. Team PDF out of Roseau, Minnesota. Rider Reed Klinger out of Wisconsin. Race 24 coming up momentarily. This will be round 1, heat 2 for the Pro Champs. We'll bring you that lineup in just a second. All right, here's your lineup for race 24, Pro Champ 440s. On the number 9, this rider is out of Athens, Wisconsin on the 2026 Polaris. This is Dane Klinger. He rides the Haugen Family Farms Team PDF machine out of Roseau. But of course, the rider Dane Klinger is out of Athens, Wisconsin. 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on a Hool chassis. 27X. This is Spencer Landry out of Brookline, New Hampshire. 29 is Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. And riding the 48 from St. Jude, Quebec is Philippe Roy Lalonde. The number 8 is the MPH racing entry of Travis McDonald out of Lockport. Number 30 is Jocelyn Rathke from Wausau. And the 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Getting ready to turn them loose here. This is going to be a good one. Dane Klinger on the Team PDF sled with a great start. Team PDF out of Roseau, Minnesota, here in the Pro Champ class. As they head into turns number 3 and 4, Dane Klinger looking pretty sharp out of Athens, Wisconsin. Haugen Family Farms entry. Good battle in the top 5 currently. Nothing changing up front with Dane Klinger showing the way. Here comes the 8 with the 29 now in the top 3. 29 is Ashton Christensen. The 8, of course, Travis McDonald, a local rider, doing a nice job. Looking for his first CPTC win on a Sunday tomorrow when we run the big one. 39 in the 4th spot is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. He's on the throttle here. White flag is out, 1 to go. Travis McDonald now trying to catch the number 9 of Dane Klinger on the Haugen Family Farms entry. Good battle up front here. Checkered flag is waving. It's close. It's going to be Klinger followed by McDonald. Then the 29. Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. 39X Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Unofficially in the 4th position. A good ride for the 39X of Justin Peterson. Sponsored by Laudoff Septic Services. In his mid-30s. Pretty accomplished rider is Justin Peterson on the 39X out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Race 25 on deck. Dylan Barron will be on the 35. The 79 is Supergirl. Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec on the Polaris. 26 is Quinn Whitechuck. He is out of Beausejour on a 2026 Skidoo. And the 21 is Tyler Obi from Beausejour. He is on a Skidoo as well. Tanner Foss on the 111. That's the Wall Brothers Racing entry out of Greenbush. 2026 Polaris for the 111 of Tanner Foss. Will Garceau is out of Wisconsin on the Wall chassis. And another Wall Brothers Racing sponsored entry. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. He's riding a 2025 Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. Race 25. Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 3. Some real strong competitors in this one. Blaine Stevenson on the inside, battling with the 31 early. Will Garceau out of Wisconsin with a good start. Blaine Stevenson started his career at 3 years old on sleds, went to bigger sleds at 10 years old, and turned pro at 18, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and Polaris, along with FXR, Woody's, and Walker Evans. The 31 leads it. 111 in the 2nd spot, Tanner Foss on the Wall Brothers chassis. Good battle in the top 5 here in race 25. '31, 111, 102. White Chuck and Sabrina Blanchette in the top 5. 26 and 4th, of course, is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Having a pretty good run here. Not too far back from the leaders. Tanner Foss on the 111 trying to get something for the leader here. 94 miles per hour on the last lap. Great racing here. 31, 111, 102, 26, and 79. 21 of Tyler Obi is 6th out of Beausejour. The race is now down the back straightaway and into turn 3 and 4. It's going to be close. Your winner is the 31. Nice work. Will Garceau out of Wisconsin takes the win, the 111 in the second spot. Sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, Tanner Foss. 102, Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota, as they ride towards the pit area. That is the conclusion of round 1, heat 3, and race 25. Next up, we are going to go F500 racing for the next 3 races, race 26, 27, and 28. And we'll bring you the lineup for race 26 here in just 1 second. All right, here's where we get real competitive racing once again. Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 racing for race 26, 27, and 28. Race 26 looks like this out of Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba. The 135 is Blair McDonald. 25 is Richard Kanseruk out of Dryden, Ontario. Riding the 7 is Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Out of Michigan, the 10 is Ben Meyer. 257 is Brad Kolachak out of Medford, Wisconsin. 757 is Jace Lair out of Medford, Wisconsin. From Wausau, Wisconsin, the 22 is Colton Abraham, and the 727 will be Marcus Iverson from Langdon, North Dakota on a 1990 Polaris. Race 26 on deck here. Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 round 1, heat 1. Great crowd here today. Colton Abraham is aboard the 22 with a nice looking start. This F500 class, one of the most competitive classes we have here at CPTC, always provides awesome racing. This is round 1, heat 1. Getting going. We've got a red, 11, 22, and 257 in the top 3. We have sled stopped in turn number 3, it looks like. Looks like the rider is up and moving along as our safety crew gets there. This one brought to you in part by Fort Garry Industries. Sounds like we're going to go to a full restart here. That sled looks a little bit twisted from this vantage point on our FXR camera. Cool down TV. Might be the 757. Trying to get a look at it. We can almost see the hood. But it looks quite twisted up. 727. Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota involved over there. 727 Marcus Iverson. Looks like the tunnel might be a little tweaked. But the 727 is now on the recovery sled, so we'll resume this race 26 with a full restart for 5 laps. All right, so race 26, Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 round 1, heat 1. Lining up in turn 4, getting set to go for Westside Power Sports. Along with FXR. All right, we have the 10 of Ben Meyer on our lineup sheets. Make that the 11. That should be the 11, not the 10 as indicated on your lineup sheet. So Ben Meyer on the 11. Marcus Caitlin is on the 7. There's the 135 at the line. Blair McDonald, 257. Brad Kolchuk out of Medford, Wisconsin. 25 is Richard Kanceruk out of Dryden, Ontario. Good start for the number 11 of Ben Meyer. Pretty tight in turn 1 and 2, but so far, everybody gets through there safely and cleanly. Colton Abraham in the second spot. Brad Kolchuk on the 257 is third. Brad is from Medford, Wisconsin. That is your top 3 so far. We've got a great battle now for 4th and 5th as the 7 appears to have dropped to the 5th spot. That is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Chase Lair is 4th on the 757. This race was scheduled for 5 laps. Showing green on the front straightaway for Triton Air and Mechanical. Ben Meyer continues to lead. 757, Jace Lair closing up on 3rd spot now as the 7 still in 5th. Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. He is on a 1990 Polaris. There's the 25 off the pace. Richard Kanceruk out of Dryden, Ontario. White flag coming out this time around for Meyer, your race leader. 1 to go. Brad Kolchuk is on the 257 out of Medford, Wisconsin. Don't forget social at the Moose Den tonight. That's going to be a hoot. 7 stops on the front straightaway. Meyer's going to take the win, the 257 Kolchuk, followed by the 22 of Colton Abraham, the 757 unofficially 4th. That is Jace Lair. 135 coming across. That is Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Chênes. Troubles for the number 7. That is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Slowly pulling off the racetrack. 25, Richard Kanceruk across the line. Not in the top 5, nor will be the number 7 of Marcus Caitlin. Race 27 on deck. More Triton Air and Mechanical F500 racing. This one will be round 1, heat 2, and I'll have that lineup in just a second. All right, so we have race 27 on deck. Riding the 2B is going to be Dylan Bradner. The number 9 is Stefan Kerrigan out of Winnipeg. The 757, Hannah Cook, is out of Dayton, Minnesota. Scratch, the 44 of Ethan Clark. Ethan Clark is a scratch. The 11 is Derek Meyer out of Michigan. 29, Oliver Davis from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Out of Nino, Wisconsin, the C21 is Brandon Christensen. Century 21 sponsored entry. The 98 is Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin. And the 52 is Caleb Smith out of Eganville, Ontario. Race 27 on deck here. F500 brought to you by Triton Air and Mechanical. Good start for the C21. Side by side into turns 3 and 4. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 Racing, race 27. Look at this battle. Now on the lineup sheets, we have Derek Meyer as being on the 11. I believe he is on that 10. C21, Brandon Christensen out of Nino, Wisconsin, right there on the 1989 Polaris. '98 in the third spot and having a pretty good run so far. That is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. 89 miles per hour on the previous lap. Under green still here. Meyer, Christensen, the 98, and then the 2B is Dylan Bradner out of Medford, Wisconsin. 80 miles per hour on that previous lap. White flag being displayed this time around for your race leaders. Derek Meyer, Brandon Christensen in the top 3. Your leaders down the back chute now and into turn number 3. Winner is going to be Meyer on the 10. Brandon Christensen, then the number 98 of Nick Kurth. The 2, Dylan Bradner. Oliver Davis on the 29 will unofficially round out the top 5 here for race 27. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 action. Round 1, heat 2 is in the books. Race 28, also brought to you by Triton Air and Mechanical. F500 round 1, heat 3 coming out. All right, race 28, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 action set to come your way. 25 is going to be Kyler Kubek out of Wisconsin. Riding the 1140 is David Strand out of Ironwood, Michigan. The number 99 is Connor Bauman. The 434, Miranda Peterson. 34 is Colton Niewolny. 48X is Rick Mork out of Eagle River. 29 is Brad Harrison from Enola. And Mike Favorite is out of Eagle River on the 02. That is your lineup for race 28. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 action set to come your way. Following this, race 29 will be the Outlaws 600s. All right. Looking him over here. Oop. Itchy trigger fingers on the starting line. Looks like 25 of Kyler Kubek might have taken off a little too quick. We're going to find that out momentarily. Could have been 2 or 3 of them, in fact, but I don't make those calls. They do down on the front straightaway, so they'll figure it out and put the jumpers in the second row. And I'll put them back there a couple rows and just say, calm down a little bit. Half the field, more than half the field now in that row. Wow. Good advantage for the 3 riders on the front row here. Looks like Colton Niewolny with the whole shot. Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin on the 1990 Polaris is looking pretty sharp. Side by side in turn 3 and 4 now as your leaders come out of there. Kyler Kubek in the second spot. Miranda Peterson on the 434, battling nicely. Dropping to 4th now is the 434. That is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Colton Niewolny still leads it. Kyler Kubek in the second spot, but right now it looks like Colton Niewolny is really on the gas. Showing green for Colton Niewolny. Connor Bauman is on the number 99 out of Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. White flag. 99 in the third spot still. Connor Bowman out of Mosinee, Wisconsin in the third spot. Checkered flag will come out this time around. Look at this race. Looks like unofficially the 25. Kyler Kubek is going to take it. What a finish there. Wow. See if we can get a replay there from CoolDown.tv. That was a heck of a finish. So who do we got? $25-34 it looks like. So 34 doing a great job throughout the race. Colton Niewolny will drop to second on a last corner pass by the 25 of Kyler Kubek out of Kewaunee, Wisconsin. What a heck of a race. That might have been the closest finish of the day. That was race 28 for Triton Air and Mechanical F500 racing. So we get set to go with a rolling start with the Outlaw 600 class. 3XL is Shorty Curran. 22 is Kelly Price from Yorkton, Saskatchewan. The 18 is Jason Zadroik. The 381 is Chris Soren. 19 is Chris Plasky. The 1 is Joe Schneider. Scratch David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin on the 44. He went out in the first race and will be unable to compete here today. Rolling start, just like a dirt track sprint car. They are 600cc, mostly stock engines. They have a roll cage and seat belts. A little safer than the open cockpit snowmobile style that we're accustomed to here on the big half-mile oval. Green flag is out. Three with the whole shot. That is Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. But the one of Joe Schneider in a great big hurry. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. That is a 2018 Outlaw 600 chassis, and He's got it cooking right now on the racetrack. Plasky now up joining the party on the number 19. There's the 381 of Chris Soren. 79 miles per hour as Chris Soren in the 381 making a move on the outside. Plasky in the second spot. Shorty Curran has dropped to the fourth spot. 81 miles per hour on that last lap. This was scheduled for 5 laps here in race 29. Joe Schneider, Plasky, and Soren in the top 3. Shorty Curran fourth. Oh, troubles for the 18 by the looks of things. Jason Zadroik out of Eagle River. In a safe spot, though, on the inside of the front chute. Oh, something came off something there. Might have been off the number 1 of Joe Schneider as the battle continues for the lead here. Wow. Coming down now to the checkered flag. Joe Schneider's going to take the win. Plasky and Soren round out the top 3. Shorty Curran, 3XL fourth. And that'll do it for the Outlaws 600s. That was round 2 for 5 laps. One more race now before a Quebec's grooming break. Don't forget, we have the track ride-along. So if you want to go on a track ride-along during the intermission break, get on over to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone, board the bus there, and they'll take you for a lap or 2 or 3 around the track, and then you can go to the pits for a pit tour. Sounds like lots of fun as we get ready to go for race 30 of 54. All right, race 30, Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. 7 is Ryan Gibson. The 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson. 65 is Cody Whitechuck. The 26, Kristen Campbell. 44 is Ethan Clark from Beausejour. On 69 is Mike Denny. The 22 is Zach Jasek. The 14, Nick Campbell, is from Beausejour. And the 29, Corey Johnson, is out of Oakbank. Don't forget, over at the Moose Den right now from 3 to 5 p.m., get your photo taken with Foursquare Photo. Foursquare Photo is at the Moose Den from 3 to 5 doing photographs. So do check it out in the Moose Den. Good looking 65 of Cody Whitechuck. 22, Mike Verbrugge. There's the 29 of Corey Johnson. Keep your eyes on that 22 on the outside. Zach Jasek out of Beausejour. That looks more like a hunting ATV than a race ATV. Pretty spectacular start for that number 22, the previous race. Here we go. We got some guys sleeping. Nick Campbell out of Beausejour just sitting at the start line. Oh, he found first gear, huh? All right. Oh, we got one of the quads over there. One of the ATVs is moving out of turn 4. The other one is not. That's the number 22 of Verbruge. Riley Baker telling the rider to get off behind the bales. Real good race here. Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. The 44 is flying. Ethan Clark. Another one stopped in turn 4 now. Look at this top 3 race here. We are under green in the Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open division. Seven, Ryan Gibson. .44 with a run down the back straightaway. That is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. What great racing here in the top 3 in your Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open division. White flag is out. Gibson showing the way. 44 second. Ethan Clark, 29 third. Corey Johnson. Checkered flag coming out. 7, Gibson takes it. 44 of Clark. Then the 29, followed by the 65. The 65, Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour in 4th. And that'll do it for your Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open division. That was round 2 for 5 laps. All right, so it is time now for a Quebec's intermission break. We invite you down to the Credit Union, Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone. You'll want to get on over there and board the bus for our ride along on the track. And don't forget the beer garden, the Moose Den is open throughout. Concession area, get yourself some of that delicious food. We've got lots of racing to go. Don't forget about our fan appreciation draw. You need to be in the grandstands before the Pro Champ 440 final for a free ticket to win $500. And the winner must be on site in the grandstand to claim the prize. That is later on in the Pro Champ 440 final. We're going to take a Quebec's intermission break. Enjoy it. We'll be back soon with the rest of the day's races.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
I'm Levi LaValle, and I'm protected by FAST.
This is the Pro Formula 3 class. This is the World Championship class at Eagle River, based off snowcross type sleds that are available in the showroom. Lots of suspension mods front and rear, but a mostly stock engine. Good run so far for the number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Flying out of the hole and first to the first corner on that number 6. Here they come and they are flying. Little bit sideways in turn 1 and 2 as they chuck those sleds in there, trying to gain an advantage over their competitors. 97 miles per hour as we continue to race here. The Red Bull Skidoo looking pretty strong up there. To the inside of turn 1 and 2 goes the Red Bull Skidoo and has the lead. Blaine Stevenson on the 102, battling into turn 1 and 2. Reed Klinger on the 221, really pressing hard in the top 3. Look at this battle. The 221 into the number 1 spot with 1 lap to go. What a great race here. Definitely the closest of the day. What a great pass by Reed Klinger on the 221 Polaris out of Athens, Wisconsin. This one's not done yet. 221 is going to win it. Stern, Stevenson in the top 3. Wow, was that entertaining to watch. Keep your eyes on the outside here, the 102. We've got some serious competitors in this one. They are racing into turn 1 and 2 here in the Pro Formula 3 class. Not a great start for the 102 of Stevenson that time. '29 showing the way here. Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan, leading the 220 of Gunnar Stern. Good race so far here in race number 9. 221 is third. That is Reed Klinger. The 102, Blaine Stevenson, fourth. Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102. Right now, Joey Birch looking pretty good out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan on that 2023 Polaris. Reed Klinger on the 221, challenging the number 220 of G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago. .97 miles per hour on the previous lap. 29 takes the white flag. Blaine Stevenson working on the third spot now as they head on down the back straightaway and into turn 3 and 4. Look at that battle for second, third, and fourth. It looks like 29 is going to win this one, followed by Stern, Stevenson, and then the 221. That is Reed Klinger, the 326. All right, Pro Champ 440 is getting set to go. We're back for FXR. Round 2, Heat 1. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck. The 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing 102 is Blaine Stevenson. 111 is Tanner Foss. 29, Ashton Christensen. 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. And the 27X is Spencer Landry out of Brookline, New Hampshire. Here we go. Pro Champ Racing 440, round 2, heat number 1. Great battle between the Wall Brothers Racing team. 111 Tanner Foss, 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, Polaris, and FXR. They currently lead this race number 31 on your schedule and are looking nasty fast here. 39X is in the third spot. That, of course, Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. As the Wall Brothers Racing team continue to dominate here early in this 5-lap race. Spencer Landry is on the 27X out of Brookline, New Hampshire. That is a 2026 Perry chassis in the 4th spot. Stevenson, Foss, Peterson. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap. 29 fourth now. That is Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. Skidoo mounted rider. Checkered for Blaine Stevenson, Foss, Peterson. 29. Christensen and the 27X of Spencer Landry will round out the top 5 in race 31, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 1 for 5 laps. Don't forget time change tonight, Anthony. So we got to spring ahead. So tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. here. So it's going to be, we got to set those alarm clocks, change those clocks tonight. Don't forget that, folks. 10 a.m. start here tomorrow for the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. All right, so here we go with race 32, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat number 2 for 5 laps. And your first rider in this out of St. Jude, Quebec, on a 2025 Skidoo. This is the number 48 of Bad Bunny, Philippe Roy Lalonde. And the 75C is out of Dayton, Minnesota. This is Calvin Cook. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. And Supergirl, number 79, is Sabrina Blanchette. Back after an injury in Quebec, she hails from Drummondville, Quebec. 21 is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. The 9 is Dane Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. 220 is G-Money Gunner Stern. And the 30 is Jazelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Here we go. Looks like the red flag's out. We've got some jumpers. Looks like 75C of Calvin Cook is getting the finger pointed at him, which means he will need to restart this race at the back jack. Next race will be race 33 on your schedule. More Pro Champ racing for FXR and Westside Power Sports. Dylan Barron will be in that one. Travis McDonald, Reed Klinger, Will Garceau, Danique Lambert, Brendan Christensen, Matt Gady, and Jordan Sobetsky. That's a good field for race 33 coming up. There's Philippe Roy Lalonde, Bad Bunny out of St. Jude, Quebec. Jocelyn Rathke is out of Wausau. On the number 30 outside of the field. Good start for G-Money Gunnar Stern on the inside. Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. Showing some strength here early in race 32 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 2. Sabrina Blanchette on the 79 in the second spot. The 9 is third. Dane Klinger out of Wisconsin. He's on the Team PDF sled out of Roseau, Minnesota, sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. Great race for third. And second place, really having a battle here. Gunnar Stern pulling away. It is the 9 and the 79 second and third. Tyler Obi looking pretty good up there. Tyler Obi's on the 21 fourth out of Beausejour. Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec is on the Skelton number 48. White flag for G-Money Gunnar Stern. He has got a big lead. 75. Outside of the top 5 currently is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on the Hool chassis. .220 will take that victory, followed by Klinger, Blanchette, Obi, and the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude. That is your top 5 unofficially in race 32. Man, do they go fast, huh? Great shot from cooldown.tv of Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette. There's the Haugen Family Farms Team PDF sled. The team is out of Roseau, Minnesota in Pro Champ. Both drivers, the 9 and the 221, Dane and Reed Klinger, hail from Wisconsin, but the team is based in Roseau, Minnesota. Pro Champ 440 once again, our final round 2 race. This is round 2, heat 3 for 5 laps. And on the number 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola on a 2012 wall chassis. The number 8, MPH Racing entry out of Lockport. This is a Skidoo. The number is 8. The rider is Travis McDonald. 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens. He's on that Team PDF sled, sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. And the 31 is out of Wisconsin on a wall chassis. This is Will Garceau. The number 3 is out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. The Skidoo is Danique Lambert. And the C21 sponsored entry, Century 21, is Brandon Christensen out of Wisconsin. 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. And the 24 is Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. They are racing hard down the back chute and into turn 3 and 4. Here we go down the front chute. Gady with a big lead. Danique Lambert in the second spot. But what a great start for your race leader, the number 28 of Matt Gady. He is from New Germany, Minnesota, and doing a great job so far. Travis McDonald up to join the party now. The MPH Racing Skidoo looking pretty strong in the third spot. Will Garceau is on the 31. He is out of Wisconsin, and that is a wall chassis. Fifth, Brendan Christensen. on the Century 21 entry. 3.5 laps down now. Less than 1.5 to go. And there's the white flag for your race leader, Matt Gady, on the 28. Travis McDonald working on second spot here. Matt Gady on the 28. Coming towards the checkered flag. He'll get it. Winner is Matt Gady. Then the 3, the 8, the 31, and the C21 of Brendan Christensen. That will be your unofficial top 5, but a nice ride for the number 28 of Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. That skidoo handled really well. Good shot of the number 3, Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. As we begin to roll our next race already, race 34. This will be your Triton Air and Mechanical F500 Round 2 Heat 1 race for 5 laps. The 135 will be Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Chênes. The 10 might be the 11. We'll find that out momentarily here. Ben Meyer, shown as number 10 on our lineup sheet. 34 is Colton Niewolny. 757 is Jace Layer. 25 is Kyler Kubek. Riding the 757 is Hannah Cook. The 1140 is David Strand. David is out of Ironwood, Michigan. And the 52 is Caleb Smith out of Eganville, Ontario. A 1989 Polaris. Caleb Smith on the number 52 out of Eganville, Ontario. That is a 1989 Polaris. Great start for the number 11 of Ben Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan. 34 right there, Colton Niewolny from Medford, Wisconsin, also with a good start here in race number 34 for Triton Aaron Mechanical. Don't forget 50-50 tickets being sold online and here in the facility. Third spot currently here in race 34 is the 757. Jace Layer out of Medford, Wisconsin. Meyer looking awful good here. Caleb Smith on the 52 is 4th. Caleb is from Eganville, Ontario on that 89 Polaris. Nice bright green in the 4th spot. Good looking sled. Blair McDonald, currently 5th on the 135. Blair is from Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba, riding an 89 Polaris. White flag coming out, 1 to go here in race 34. Meyer still has the lead, followed by Niewolny and the 757. That is Jace Lair in the top 3. Great racing for our second and third spot. Ben Meyer is going to take the win. Second to the 34, Niewolny, the 757 is third. The 52 in 4th, Caleb Smith. As they head back to the pit area. Nice ride for the 52 of Caleb Smith. Good shot of him here on cooldown.tv as the next race already out of the pit area. They are rolling them quick here today. Wow. as they usually do. Race 36, Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 Racing set to come your way. Century 21 sponsored C21 is Brendan Christensen. He is out of Neenah, Wisconsin. 257 is Brad Kolchak out of Medford. The 98 is Nick Kurth. Nick is from Wausau, Wisconsin. And the 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. The 7 is Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. The 727 is Marcus Iverson. Iverson from Langdon, North Dakota on a 1990 Polaris. The 9 is Stefan Kergnen from Winnipeg on a 91 Skidoo. And scratch the 44 of Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. The 44 is scratched in race number 36. All right, race 35. Triton Aaron Mechanical F500s rolling around the track here. Now, Derek Meyer showing on your lineup sheets as number 11. He should be number 10, actually, on the racetrack. Just getting the lineup sheet figured out here. The 11 Derek Meyer on your sheet should be the number 10 on the track. Just wanted to make sure we had that one clear. And that rider is currently in the second spot. Race 35, Triton Aaron Mechanical F500s. 81 miles per hour on the previous circuit. We initially went through the race 36 lineup. This is race 35. And they are on track right now for 5 laps as we race down the front straightaway. 22 looking real strong. Colton Abraham. Abraham is out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And showing some muscle here in this race 35. Round 2, heat 2 for 5 laps. Connor Bauman is on the number 99 having a good ride. Connor is from Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris he is on. 25 of Richard Kanceruk is out of Dryden, Ontario, off the pace of the leaders. Checkered flag will be coming out this time around. Will be the 22. Colton Abraham, then the 10 of Derek Meyer, who is on your lineup sheets as the number 11. So that will do it for Triton Air and Mechanical, race number 35. 25 coming across, Richard Kanceruk. So now we're moving to race 36. All right, so now here we are at race 36. Triton Aaron Mechanical F500. C21 is Brandon Christensen. Riding 257, Brad Kolchak. The 98 is Nick Kurth. Miranda Peterson will be on the 434. The 7 is Marcus Catlin. The 727, Marcus Iverson. The 9, Stefan Kergnen. And the 44 is a scratch. That's Ethan Clark. So we went through that last time as Ethan Clark was a scratch as well. Camera 4 is back from cooldown.tv. That is good. Okay, so now we are officially at race 36. Glad we caught that early. 7 on the inside, Marcus Catlin. Merrill, Wisconsin rider. There's the 9 of Stefan Kerrigan, who makes his living in Winnipeg as a paramedic and often helps in crash situations here. Looking like the C21 of Brandon Christensen out of Nino, Wisconsin. Looking good early here. Race number 36, Triton Air and Mechanical F500s. Brad Kolchak on the 257, Nick Kurth third on the 98. So the 257 is second, and the 98 third, Nick Kurth at 78 miles per hour. 7 parked on the apron of the track in turn number 4. We got ourselves a race here now. Brad Kolchak out of Medford, Wisconsin, really challenging your leader here. That is Brandon Christensen out of Nino, Wisconsin. Great racing action here, as it usually is in the F500 class. Look at this battle for the lead as they come down the front straightaway. Brad Kolchak on the inside and may have the advantage here. Brandon Christensen drops to the second spot on the Century 21 entry. '98 is third. That's Nick Kurth. Miranda Peterson fourth. Stefan Kerrigan fifth. The 7, sixth, Marcus Catlin. .727, way off the pace. Marcus Iverson out of Langdon. Checkered flag for the 257, followed by Christensen. Then the 98 of Nick Kurth will round out the top 3. Miranda Peterson 4th unofficially. Kerrigan 5th. That is your unofficial top 5 for race 36 for Triton Air and Mechanical, the F500 class. And that is round 2, heat number 3. Next up, Pro Formula 3. Looks like we'll have Team PDF in this one. And of course, the Pro Formula 3 class coming up for race 37 is, of course, the World Championship class at Eagle River. It was created with a more conventional style sled that resembled a snowcross sled that looked more like factory sleds. So that was the idea behind the creation of this class. But of course, here for the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, we run the Pro Champs as our premier class. Pro Formula 3 race 37 looks like this. 221 is Reed Klinger on the Team PDF entry, sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. And the 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois, the Red Bull Skidoo, is G-Money Gunnar Stern. Keep your eyes on the number 28 of Matt Gady. He is out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, is Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. The 111 is Tanner Foss, Blaine's teammate from Wall Brothers Racing in Greenbush. The 29 is Joey Birch, DNL Racing. Number 29, Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. 54 is Ryan McKegg out of Sault Ste. Marie, and Gavin Peterson is out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Gavin is on the number 6. There's Gavin Peterson on the 2025 Skidoo. He was outside on the front row, the one and only row here for race 37. Oh, heads up in turn 1 and 2. Reed Klinger on the 221 getting a little sideways there. Reed is out of Wisconsin, Athens, Wisconsin, in fact, on the Team PDF sled out of Roseau, Minnesota, sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. Blaine Stevenson, then Klinger. Birch up there competing as well. These sleds are moving along. Here they come out of turn 4. Ryan McKegg looking good on the 54 currently. Ryan is out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. That is a 2024 Polaris. Great battle right now in turn 3 and 4 as your leader comes out of 4. Stevenson pulling away from Klinger. Joey Birch on the 29 challenging the 54 of Ryan McKegg. 102 miles per hour. That is impressive. White flag, 1 to go for your leader. Wall Brothers Racing 102. Klinger, the 29, is 3rd. That's Joey Birch on the 29. Klinger 2nd on the 221. Checkered flag is out. Wall Brothers Racing 102 will be the winner. Then Klinger, then the 29. Joey Birch was 3rd. 54, Ryan McKegg 4th. And the 111, Tanner Foss on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR Polaris, unofficially 5th. Tanner Foss 5th on the 111. We'll bring you the official results to cooldown.tv. They are not official until they are looked at by our officials. Hey, we're going to the four-wheelers now. The ATV Open round number 3 for Mackenzie Diesel. All right, we have the 69 of Mike Denny out of Winnipeg. Scratch the 43 of Rob Clark. He will not be available for this battle. 22 is going to be Zach Jasek out of Beausejour. Ethan Clark from the same town on the number 44. Also from Beausejour is the 7 of Ryan Gibson. 29 is going to be Corey Johnson from Oakbank. 26 is Kristen Campbell from Beausejour. Riding the 14, this is Nick Campbell out of Beausejour. The 65 is Cody Whitechuck. And the 22 is Mike Verbruge out of Garson, Manitoba. Mackenzie Diesel ATVs are underway with the 29 and the 7 away very quickly. 26 a little late to the party. Kristen Campbell. Oh, 22 I think is pulling off there. Yep. Gibson, the 29, is 2nd. Corey Johnson's on the 29. 3rd is Cody Whitechuck on the 6'5", the 65. 44 right behind him in 4th. That's Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. Did have a rider pull off or stop. Got it going though. Now he's back to the pit area. There you go. 7 with a big lead. Here comes the 44. Ethan Clark out of Beausejour charging into the 2nd spot. That's a good race for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th here in race 38 on your schedule. They do race at Lake of the Woods Speedway. The quads do, the ATVs, in September. Cool. $7:44.65 in the top three. Cody Whitechuck on the 65. Following along in third spot. Not within striking distance of the leader. However, things could change. Don't forget our fan appreciation draw. That happens during the Pro Champ 440 final. You'll get a free ticket to win $500. But you must be on site in the grandstand to get the ticket and be on site in the grandstand to claim your prize. Also, don't forget 50-50 draw goes throughout the weekend. Draw is March 8th, 2025 at 6:05 p.m. Gibson's going to win it. 44 seconds, 65 third. The 29 is fourth. That is Corey Johnson out of Oakbank. Unofficially fifth, Nick Campbell out of Beausejour on the KTM. 26 coming across as well. That is Kristen Campbell. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time for another Quebec's intermission break. Get on over to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone for a track ride experience. You can board the bus and they'll take you around the track. And, of course, visit our Moose Den, our beer garden, for some Twisted Tea and Moosehead products. Check out our promo wear. And, of course, our delicious poutine down. Yeah, no, Anthony's nodding his head. He loves that stuff. Already had some. Yeah, I got to get some a little later. All right, that is the end. We will be back in just a little bit.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bomber Store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
Did you know that Moosehead is 100% owned, 100% packaged, and 100% brewed in Canada? Now, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that that would make Moosehead 300% Canadian. Makes you think.
Three qualify out of this one to the Pro Champ 440 USSA Pro Star Cup finale. Oop. Looks like we've got a jumper, and I think I know who it is, but I'm not in the business of being a track official, so Pro Champ 440, last chance qualifier, last opportunity to make the final, race 50. 54 and the 6 with a great start. Calvin Peterson on the 54. The 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. Only 3 go to the final event here, and they are racing hard. Number 3 in the 3rd spot, Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, trying to make the final here. He is on the bubble. 3 and only 3 go to the final. Gavin Peterson followed by the 54 of Calvin Peterson and the 3 of Danique Lambert. A little bit of contact in turn 1 and 2. 94 miles per hour. .221 coming up now. What a race we've got for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Wow. Ooh, look at them, 3 wide. Down the back chute. This is intense. All the way up to the 2nd spot goes the 221. That is Reed Klinger. Wow. And the 221 might not be finished just yet. Top 3 go to the final. 221 goes by the 6 of Gavin Peterson. Reed Klinger, Gavin Peterson really getting at it on that last lap. Checkered flag is in the air now. 221 is the winner, Klinger. Then the 6 of Gavin Peterson and the 3 of Danique Lambert finish in 3rd. So finishing 3rd is the number 3 of Danique Lambert. So, wow. Oh, what a race that was. And green flag, here we go. Michael Tadashori on the number 46 gets his usual great start, but as usual, the 15 is flying out there already. That is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour, currently second, but looking to pass the leader already. 23 in the third spot is Will Manchelenko. There's the 779 of Colton Kreutzer in the top five. What a race. The 15 of Omachinski now challenging the leader and goes on by. Michael Tadashori dropping to the second spot. 779 of Kreutzer right there in fourth. And that good-looking Arctic Cat of Dustin Schwant is fourth out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. Keep your eyes on the 326. Dustin Schwant is moving, challenging now the 46 of Tadashori. This Sportsman 600 final scheduled for 7 laps. Tadashori battling with the Arctic Cat rider, who is battling with the 779. Look at this race. It is awesome. Dustin Schwant on the Arctic Cat. Pretty quick. That rider out of Fox Lake, that is a 1999 Arctic Cat pursuing your leader, the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. Green flag still being displayed. We are under green. Could be closing in on the leader here. Second and third looking pretty quick on the racetrack. White flag, here comes the Arctic Cat in second. Kyle Omachinski leads Dustin Schwant as they head into turn number 3 and 4. Who's it going to be at the finish line for the checkered flag? Here comes the battle. Wow. It looked like Omachinski, followed by the 326, the 779 right there as well. Colton Kreutzer out of Drake. Oh, what a race that was. All right, we're back here for FXR. Race 39 coming up. Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat 1 for 5 laps. 27X is Spencer Landry out of Brookline, New Hampshire. That is a Perry chassis. 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin, riding for Team PDF out of Roseau, Minnesota. The 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. The 35 is from Enola, Manitoba. On the Wall Brothers chassis is Dylan Barron. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl out of Quebec. The 8 is the Skidoo mounted rider. MPH Racing entry is Travis McDonald. The C21, this is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. And Bad Bunny Philippe Roy Lalonde is on the 48 out of St. Jude, Quebec on a Skidoo. All right, more Pro Champs set to come your way. 3 races, 39, 40, and 41 on our schedule for the Pro Champ 440s. Nice start for the number 31. Will Garceau gets a great launch. Battling into turn 3 and 4 already here in this 5-lap round 3 heat 1 race. And there's the 8 in the 3rd spot. That's Travis McDonald. He is trying to chase down the 221 of Reed Klinger on the Team PDF sled. Great racing action in turn 1 and 2. McDonald now into the 2nd spot and try to chase down the leader. The Haugen Family Farms 221 dropping to the 3rd spot. Well, Will Garceau with an awesome start here in race 39. Currently traveling at 94 miles per hour around the big half mile. We've got a great race for 1st and 2nd place here as the white flag comes out. Travis McDonald is running out of time, but he has all kinds of pressure on the 31 of Will Garceau. Garceau gets a good drive off turn 2 and extends the gap just a bit. Checkered flag, Garceau, McDonald, Klinger, Christensen and the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde round out the top 5 in race number 39. Pro Champ 440 round 3, heat number 1. That was 5 laps of great action. Race 40 coming up. Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat 2. All right, more Pro Champ racing. The 16 is going to be DJ Saluk. The number 30 is Jaslyn Rathke from Wausau. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris FXR 102 out of Hutchinson, Minnesota is Blaine Stevenson. And the 29 from Luck, Wisconsin is Ashton Christensen. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 75C out of Dayton, Minnesota is Calvin Cook. The number 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. And rounding out race number 40, the 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Hool chassis. All right, looking things over, I think we've got a helmet light problem. Could be the 16 of DJ Saluk with a helmet light problem. And we're racing. 75 in the 102. Oh boy. Real good battle into turn 1 and 2. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, is flying right now here in race number 40. Round 3, heat 2 of Pro Champ action. 3-1-0-2 in the 39X of Justin Peterson in the top 3 here. Danique Lambert came out of nowhere in that turn 1 on the start and did a great job sweeping around the outside. This race scheduled for 5 laps. Wayne Stevenson, followed by the 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy. Previous lap, 96 miles per hour. So they are moving down the racetrack. 39X. Justin Peterson in the 3rd spot. Tom Olson not with us this weekend after a crash some time ago, so saying hello to Tom Olson if you're out there watching. And that'll do it. 29 and 75 come home 4th and 5th. But Stevenson gets the job done there. Wow. Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin, coming home 4th there after a convincing win by the Wall Brothers Racing entry. Race 41 coming up on deck momentarily. Race 41 coming up. Race 41, Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat 3. Riding number 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. He is on the Team PDF Pro Champ sled. Team PDF based in Roseau, Minnesota, and sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. The 220 is Gunnar Stern G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois. He, of course, rides the Red Bull Skidoo. 24, Jordan Sobetsky is out of Beausejour, former mini sled rider. The 28 is Matt Gady from New Germany, Minnesota. Riding the 111, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, is Greenbush, Minnesota's Tanner Foss. Gavin Peterson is on the 6. Tyler Obie is out of Beausejour on the number 21. We are racing here. Race 41, Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat number 3. Stern leads it, followed by Gady and Tanner Foss. Those are your top 3 so far in race number 41 for FXR. Obie looking good. Ahead of Klinger on the racetrack. Klinger on the number 9 for 5th. Spreading out on the racetrack here now. 220, G-Money Gunner Stern leading Gady. Jordan Sobetsky into the 6th spot at 98 miles per hour. White flag is out, 1 to go. Gady unable to challenge the leader. Foss, Obi, and the 9 of Klinger Sobetsky, then the 6 of Gavin Peterson round out the rest of the field. Your winner is Gunnar Stern, followed by the 28 of Gady. Tanner Foss is on the 111. Obi, Klinger, Sobetsky, and the 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota, round out the field in race 41, Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat number 3. Race 42 on deck, IFS 440X, Jerry Bunke Cup for 5 laps. Of course, Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 70s. Jerry tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. So to honor his dedication, perseverance, and professionalism, we at CPTC are pleased to present the annual Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Some great sponsors along with us. First Street Auto, True Root Agricultural Contracting, Sport Parts Incorporated, DeRoe Farms, Westside Power Sports, Al Meisner, Canadian Mechanical Specialty, PJ Materick Auto Body and Glass, Pamina Power Performance, Rantec Industrial, and Springfield Chiropractic. Cody Whitechuck is going to be on the 65. The 80 is Joe Presta. 223 is Adam Braun. The 481 is Lucas Nast. Riding 481 is Calvin Cook. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette. 35 is Dylan Barron. And Sabrina Blanchette is off like a shot, but drops the 2nd spot now, but takes over the lead again. Sabrina Blanchette is your leader. Lucas Nast on the 481 out of Vermont in the 2nd spot. These sleds traveling at 92 miles per hour on the previous lap. Joe Presta is on the number 80 in the top 5, but could be slowing down the back chute. Dylan Barron on the 35 is in the 3rd spot. 65 4th is Cody Whitechuck. There's Adam Braun on the 223 out of Winnipeg, the Kawasaki. Sabrina Blanchette in the lead still as Joe Presta off the pace. 481 now challenging the leader. Lucas Nast on the 481 on the inside. Look at this race. Looks like Sabrina Blanchette passes at the finish line, taking out the 481 of Nast. What a race that was. Nast had the lead out of turn 4. Sabrina had it by the finish line. Nice ride by Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec. take a quick look at our instant replay. What a race that was. Nass looking good on the outside, but here comes Sabrina Blanchette with lots of straightaway speed and wins by, well, not quite a sled length. Barron in the third spot on the number 35, the 65, fourth unofficially. Yeah, this will be race 43. You're right, Anthony. And this one, you will not have on your lineup sheets. Now, from this one, this is your Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 Last Chance Qualifier. This one is 5 laps. Now, the top 6 make it to the final. Just the top 6 make the final. First place in this race gets the front row in the final. The other 5 to row 2 of the final. All right, here we go. 757 is Jace Layer out of Medford. 29 is Brad Harrison from Enola. Riding the 2B is Dylan Bradner out of Medford, Wisconsin. The 52 is Caleb Smith from Eganville. The 1140, this is David Strand from Ironwood, Michigan. 434 is Miranda Peterson. Miranda is from Lancaster, Minnesota. Number 9 is Stefan Carignan from Winnipeg. From Ildeshane, Manitoba, on an 89 Polaris, the 135 is Blair McDonald. 48X is Rich Mork from Eagle River, Wisconsin. And the 29 is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point. Lots of sleds in turn 1 and 2 here as they jockey for position. Don't forget the top 6 make the final. First place gets the front row. 757 Jace Lair out of Medford is your current leader. Uh-oh, we've got a crash in turn 1 and 2. Red flag is out on the track. It looks like one of the riders is up, albeit limping just a little bit. I think everybody's up over there. Yeah, that's good news. As our safety recovery crew right Johnny on the spot to lend a hand. Looks like the 9 of Stefan Carignan involved over there, the 135, Blair McDonald. Here's another look on our cooldown.tv replay. Whoa, boy, that's pretty close. Stefan Carignan does a nice job on the number 9 to stuff it into the bales before hitting the rider that was already down. Great shot by cooldown.tv. We hope you're enjoying the races out in internet land. If you're unable to join us here live, cooldown.tv bringing you all the action. Bit of a high side through turn 1 and 2. And as you see, once again, Carignan just gets that number 9 into the bales to avoid another accident. Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota on the GPR chassis. That is number 434, the red sled. Stopped beside the 9 of Carignan in turn number 2. So our recovery crew will get to work. This is race 43, Triton Air and Mechanical F500 Last Chance Qualifier. Now in the F500 final that these riders are competing to try to get into, we're going to run a total of 15 sleds, 10 on the front row, 5 on the back row. The rider that wins this race gets front row, and the other 5 will go to the second row. So you got to be in the top 6 in this last chance qualifier if you want to get to the Triton Air and Mechanical F500 final coming up later on. That'll be race 48. Total of 15 riders. That'll be a good one. Wow. So the cleanup continues over in turns 1 and 2. Now's a great time to thank FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, White Chuck Carpentry, Ron's Marine, Century 21 Sun Country Realty, Lawson Pools. Also like to thank Oak Bank Hearing Center, Westside Power Sports, Fort Garry Industries, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, and the RM of Brokenhead for all of their hard work. Now don't forget we have 54 races scheduled today here, and the Pro Champ 440 final will be 15 laps, and it will be race number 54, our final race of the day. So you need to be in the grandstands before the Pro Champ 440 final for a free ticket to win $500. It is our fan appreciation draw, and the winner must be on site in the grandstand to claim the prize. We're going to try this again. All right, 757 will lead it. Jace Lair. Brad Harrison's on the 29. 2B is Dylan Bradner out of Medford, Wisconsin. Racing once again in race 43, Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 last chance qualifier. 6 go to the final. '29 of Harrison with pressure here. Excellent action for position 1 and 2. 78 miles per hour on the previous lap. What a race. Dylan Bradner out of Medford, Wisconsin, riding along on his 2B in the 3rd spot and has a great shot here at taking the lead at times. There's the battle in turn 3. White flag is out. Here comes the 2B on the inside. Look at how close the top 3 are. This is unreal. Top 6 qualify for the final. The winner gets the front row in the final, however. It'll be the 757, followed by the 2 and the 29 of Harrison. Looks like Oliver Davis on the other 29 will finish 4th. And we'll bring you the official results in the top 6 here momentarily. That was the last chance qualifier for the F500 class. 6 will go to the main event. First place, of course, goes on the front row of that race. Has to be a huge advantage not starting in the second row. All right, I hear more sleds coming out of the pit area. This is going to be race 44, Sportsman 600s. Round 2 for 5 laps. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden. The 88 Curtis Cam is from Oxdrift, Ontario. 13 is from Beausejour. This is John Hall, also from Beausejour. The 16 is DJ Saluk. 23 is Will Manchelenko. The 179, Jason Mackey. The 29 is Brad Harrison from Manola. And the 14 is Caden Temple out of Grand Point, Manitoba. This is race 44, Sportsman 600s coming to the line now. Caden Temple on the 14, the Formula 3 Skidoo on the extreme outside here. We're getting set to go racing here. '88 and 08 with a great start. Curtis Cam is on the 88, Brad Artimowicz on the 08, both riders out of Ontario. This race scheduled for 5 laps. It is round 2. '08, '88, and 16. So it's Brad Artimowicz, Curtis Cam, and DJ Saluk on the 16 out of Beausejour, currently running in your top 3 in race 44. Another great race. Things have been awful competitive. Brad Harrison out of Manola is 4th. Will Manchelenko on the 23 is 5th. Look at the battle for the lead now. Curtis Cam on the 88 continues to lead. '89 miles per hour. White flag is out. DJ Saluk out of Beausejour on the number 16, now currently riding in the 2nd position. Dropping the 08 of Brad Artimowicz to 3rd. Curtis Cam followed by Saluk. Artimowicz 3rd. 13 is 4th. That is John Hall, of course. And the 23 rounds out the top 5. Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba on a 1996 Skidoo. And that'll do it for race 44 here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Race 45 coming up with Matt Gady and company in the Pro Formula 3 class. This will be round 2 for 5 laps. Coming up next for FXR. Just a couple of more races before our Quebec's intermission break. Pro Formula 3 coming up, the World Championship class at Eagle River. Riding the 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. 54 is Ryan McKegg out of Sault Ste. Marie. And aboard the 220, this is the Red Bull Skidoo of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago. 29 is going to be Joey Birch from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, Polaris, and FXR, is none other than Blaine Stevenson, and the 111, his teammate, out of Greenbush, Tanner Foss. Tanner Foss on the 111, getting set to go. DL Racing 54, Ryan McKegg, getting his spot on the line. There's the 111. Gavin Peterson missing on the lineup sheet. He is on the number 6 on the outside. Getting set to go here. Race 45. The two Wall Brothers sleds get away very quickly here. Racing into turn 3 and 4 now in this 5-lap battle. Round 2 of the Pro Formula 3 class. It's Foss. Tanner Foss coming in a little hot on the outside. What a race we have. What a great race here in race 45, Pro Formula 3s. Wayne Stevenson being followed by the 29 of Joey Birch. Joey Birch on the 29 out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. That is a 2025 Polaris entry, and it is looking good behind the Wall Brothers Racing 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Matt Gady is third on the 28. The 111, Tanner Foss, is fourth. Gady could be gaining some ground here now. Definitely on second spot he's gaining. White flag coming out next time around. Here it is. 1 to go. Stevenson, Birch, the 28 of Gady. DL Racing 54, Ryan McKegg. Out of Sault Ste. Marie in the top 5. .102 is your winner, Blaine Stevenson. 29, 28, 54, and 111 round out the field. Followed by the 6 of Gavin Peterson. Oh boy, that was quick. Those guys really move around that big half mile. One more race now before a Quebec grooming break, and it is going to be race 46, the Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open. Now, this already is round 4 for these competitors today. 44 is Ethan Clark, the 7, Ryan Gibson. Scratch, the 43 of Rob Clark out of Beausejour. 14 is Nick Campbell. 29, Corey Johnson. 22 is Zach Jasek. The 65 is Cody Whitechuck. Mike Verbruge is on the 22. 26 is Kristen Campbell. And the 69 is Mike Denny out of Winnipeg on a 2008 Yamaha. All right, so don't forget about our Pro Champ fan appreciation draw for race 54 later on today. You must be in the grandstands to get a free ticket, and we will draw for $500. Lucky ticket holder will go home with $500. Don't forget the Moose Den after the races, the social going on. That's going to be a fun night over at the Moose Den here tonight. Beausejour knows how to do it upright when it comes to a party. Looks like Kristen Campbell out of Beausejour on the 26 with a extremely late start there. This is race 46, Mackenzie Diesel ATV Open round 4. 5 laps is the scheduled distance. Gibson in the lead, the 29-second, Corey Johnson. 65, Cody Whitechuck, third. Green flag being displayed on the front chute. As they tick off another lap, Ryan Gibson, the 65, moving up to the second spot. That is Cody Whitechuck. 44 is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. But your leader, definitely with lots of power, that number 7, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour, is working well right now. Zach Jasek is fourth, the 29, Corey Johnson battling in the top 5. There's the 14 and the 22, along with the 26 of Kristen Campbell. 69, Mike Denny off the pace on his 2008 Yamaha. One more to go for Ryan Gibson. Cody Whitechuck in the second spot. Ethan Clark, third. Good race developing there for second and third. As they slide into turn 3 and 4, they were handlebar to handlebar. Ryan Gibson takes the win. Looks like the 65 unofficially will be second, then the 44. Ethan Clark, the 22, and the 29 of Corey Johnson round out the field. (22, 14, and 26 of Kristen Campbell finish up as well, as does the 69 of Mike Denny in the final spot. All right, time for a grooming break. You can head on over to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone. Get on the bus for a track tour and a little bit of a pit tour as well. Concession remains open. We are getting closer to the end of the day here in Beausejour. Come back with race 47 of a total of 54. And don't forget, get your 50-50 tickets here during this Quebec's intermission break. We'll be back with race 47 momentarily here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
I'm Levi LaValle, and I'm protected by FAST.
Getting set to go here. Riley Baker looks them over. The 63rd FXR CPTC Championship is underway. Gunnar Stern with the hole shot. Looks like Blaine Stevenson in the second spot. Into turn 3 and 4 they go. 15 laps is the distance. Justin Peterson on the 39X in the third spot. Number 9 in fourth, Dane Klinger. Supergirl in the fifth spot. How about that? Travis McDonald out of Lockport in the sixth position. They are getting at it here in the 63rd FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championship race. Gunnar Stern looking to make it 7 of them. And with that, he would tie Terry Wall, the record holder. 75 is done on the inside of the straightaway. Calvin Cook with some rough luck here in this one. Gunnar Stern continues to lead on the Red Bull Skidoo. The Wall Brothers Racing 102 of Blaine Stevenson. He is a 4-time world champion at Eagle River. He knows how to get it done, but Gunnar Stern is very tough to beat here at this half-mile oval. Look at him, 4 wide here into turn 1 and 2 at the back of the pack. Look at this race at the back of the pack. But up front, it is still Gunnar Stern on the 220. Justin Peterson occupying the third spot. The 9 and the 79 battling for fourth and fifth. Dane Klinger battling with Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl, on the 79. Travis McDonald on the back bumper of the 79, now in turn 3. Halfway as Blaine Stevenson continues to try to close the gap up on your leader. Looks like Tanner Foss with problems on the 111. Justin Peterson holding on to the third spot. Is the 102 starting to catch the leader? I think so. Keep your eyes on the number 1 and 2 position here. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers FXR 102, slowly closing things up over there. This is going to be close. Heads up in 1 and 2. Blaine Stevenson rides on by. Laps closing down quickly. The Wall Brothers 102 is your leader. 220 Gunnar Stern second. Justin Peterson third. But what a pass. Blaine Stevenson was well back of the 220 and closed the gap up. Two to go. All right, this time around, your leaders will collect the white flag. Now, the question is, will your leaders get in lap traffic here as they go to the finish line? This could play a part here. We will see. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing 102 in turn 3 and 4. This is going to be a close one. Gunnar Stern is coming. Stevenson takes a win with Gunnar Stern second. Third to Travis McDonald. Travis McDonald getting on the podium, passing the 39X of Justin Peterson, who finishes fourth. Pro Formula 3 final for 10 laps coming your way. Looking quite smooth already through turn 1 and 2. No incidents thus far in this 10-lap Pro Formula 3 final. Tom Olson in the number 1 spot. Racing into turn 3 and 4 now here in this 10-lap race. This is the final for the Pro Formula 3s. 221 is in the second spot. That is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. And we've got a red flag on the track. And here we go. Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing 39, first to the first turn and leading down the back straightaway here as they sort themselves out going into turn 3 and 4. This is your Pro Formula 3 final. Joey Birch in the second spot. G-Money Gunnar Stern third on the 220. Good action here in the top 4 in turn 3. In the 4th spot, the Wall Brothers Racing 102. That is Blaine Stevenson. He'll be looking to get in the top 3 here momentarily. Birch on the 29 trying to close the gap up on Tom Olson, who lifts the left front ski once again in turn 1 and 2. That sled is flying. .39 slowing slightly on the front chute. And losing position down to 3rd now. Here's the battle down the front chute. 29 is leading, Gunnar Stern second, Tom Olson third. Gunnar Stern might be on the move here. He is currently second and looking at the taillight of the leader. Tom Olson looking on from the 3rd spot. White flag, 1 to go. And the 220 of Gunnar Stern is all over the leader. What a race we've got down the back chute. Take a look into turn number 3 and 4 now. It has all come down to this. Your winner is going to be Birch on the 29, followed by Stern, the 39 of Olson, Stevenson, and the 14 of Tanner Foss, 5th. Don't forget, fans, about our fan appreciation draw. Be in the grandstands before the Pro Champ 440 final. That is race number 54. And get yourself a free ticket to win $500. Now, the winner must be on site in the grandstands to claim the prize. That is our fan appreciation draw at race 54 in the Pro Champ 440 final. All right, we're back here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Race number 47 on the schedule of 54. This race 47 is Pro Champ 440 Last Chance Qualifier. Race 54 will be their final. And we need you all in the grandstands for a fan appreciation draw. So you'll want to be in the grandstands before the Pro Champ 440 final and get yourself a free ticket for a $500 draw. The winner must be on site in the grandstand to claim the prize after the race. So come before race 54, get your ticket, and then we will draw after the Pro Champ 440 final, which is race 54. 29 is Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. There's the 221, Reed Klinger. The 21 is out of Beausejour, Tyler Obi. Century 21 entry is Brandon Christensen. 79 is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. 48 is Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude. 27X is Spencer Landry from Brookline, New Hampshire. The 26 Quinn Whitechuck is from Beausejour. 75C is Calvin Cook. And the 24 is Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. Here we go. All right. 6 will qualify to the Pro Champ Final. First place goes to the front row of the Pro Champ Final in race number 54, where we'll have that fan appreciation draw. Supergirl up front and in command here. Out of Quebec, Sabrina Blanchette, who had a bad crash in Quebec some time ago. Oh, tough break for the number 48, also a Quebec rider, Philippe Roy-Lalonde. Comes to a stop on the front chute. 221 is in a great big hurry. That is the Haugen Family Farms Team PDF sled of Reed Klinger. Top 6 go to the Pro Champ Final. .75 on the track in the third spot. This is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. They are flying around the big half-mile oval here for FXR. Sabrina Blanchette, Klinger, Cook. 29 is fourth. That is Ashton Christensen in the fourth spot out of Luck, Wisconsin. 94 miles per hour on the previous lap. This one's scheduled for 7 laps. Brandon Christensen in the top 5 on the Century 21 entry. Top 6 go to the final. One to go. Spencer Landry on the 27X in a qualifying position so far. Remember, the top 6 qualify to the final. Sabrina Blanchette, the 221, the 75, 29. Coming across the line. And that'll do it in the Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier. 7 laps was the distance as your leaders head to the pit area. All right, getting ready for race number 48. Race 48 coming up here momentarily. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 final. 15 riders should be in this one. 10 on the front row, 5 on the rear row, and should be 7 laps. I got to grab a lineup. All right, front row, back row situation here with 15 riders. This ought to be a good one. I will bring you the lineup here in just 1 second. All right, so Triton Air and Mechanical F500 final on the front row, the 10, Ben Meyer, the 11, Derek Meyer. They are on their proper sleds now. 257 is Brad Kolchuk out of Wisconsin. 34, Colton Niewolny. Riding the 22 is Colton Abraham. The C21 entry is Brandon Christensen. 25, Kyler Kubek. 99, Connor Bauman. The 98 is Nick Kurth. 757 is Jace Lair. And on the back row, the 2B is Dylan Bradner, the 29 is Brad Harrison, 29 is Oliver Davis, the 1140 is David Strand, and the 48X is Rich Mork out of Eagle River. That is your lineup for race 48. Triton Air and Mechanical F500 final 7 laps is the distance. 15 riders. This is going to be interesting. Just getting the back row set here for this final. It's windy down there. Here we go. We have got a red flag. We'll try that one again. You think it was a jump, Anthony? I'm not sure. I don't know, but the red came out very quick. Red did come out pretty quick, you're right. And I don't see any crashing, so try to listen in on the radio. All right, we're going to try this one again. Triton Aaron Mechanical F500 final 7 laps. Looks like the C21 going to the back of the pack in the second row. Brandon Christensen. Here we go. 10 and 11 with a great start. Ben Meyer on the 10, the 11, Derek Meyer. As they head into turn 1 and 2. Understand there could be a little bit of rainy situation out there down on the racetrack now. The winds have really picked up. Relatively warm day here in Manitoba, hovering around the freezing mark throughout the day, but they do say there's going to be some rain or sleet overnight. Derek Meyer is on the 11 out of Michigan, showing the way here. Side by side in turns 3 and 4. Meyer in the lead. Brad Kolchak is on the 257, looking pretty good here. The 10 of Ben Meyer is in the third spot here as they travel around the half-mile oval. This one's scheduled for 7 laps. Meyer's having a great day here so far. Colton Abraham is on the 22 in 4th spot. 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau. Last lap, these riders were at 81 miles per hour. Pretty darn good. $11, $257 and 10 in the top three. 22 and 98. Niewolny on the 34 is in the 6th spot. There's some action in the middle of the pack on the back straightaway. White flag coming out for your race leader. So now it's 11, 10, 257 of Kolchuk. Then the 22 of Abraham. 98 in 5th. Racing through turn number 4 now, checkered flag in the air in the F500 class. We've got the 11 of Derek Meyer, Ben Meyer. Finishing 1-2 here on their 1990 Polarises. '22, 4th. That is Colton Abraham. 98, Nick Kurth out of Wausau, unofficially ends up in the 5th spot. So that'll do it for your Triton Air and Mechanical F500 final. We'll bring you the official results here momentarily. All right, it's ice bike time here once again. Round 3 for 5 laps. Riding the 219 is Caden Katowicz from Petersfield. And on the 71, 3-time Canadian motocross champion Kim Hood out of Winnipeg on the Kawasaki. The 318 is Tyler Feeblecorn from Beausejour. The 126 is John Zielinski. John is from Dugald on a Honda. And the 489 is Avery Carr. Avery Carr is out of Beausejour on a 2023 Honda. Keep your eyes on the outside on the Kawasaki. Kim Hood on the 71. As they get settled into turn 1 and 2, they are moving along here in the Ice Bike Open. This one scheduled for 5 laps. 2.5 miles the distance. .219 is your leader. That is Caden Katowicz. Towing the 71 of Kim Hood around right now. 489 is Avery Carr from Beausejour. That Honda 3rd right now. .81 miles per hour. John Zielinski is on the 126 out of Dugald. Tyler Feeblecorn is on a 2024 KTM out of Beausejour. That is number 318, Tyler Feeblecorn. Caden Katowicz, Kim Hood, and Avery Carr remain in the top 3, uncontested. Next up, race 50, your Pro Formula 3 final for 7 laps. If you're in that class, you need to be in staging. Katowicz and Hood by the finish line, as is Avery Carr for one final time here. Tyler Feeblecorn 4th. John Zielinski on the 126 in the 5th spot. And that'll do it. Caden Katowicz besting Kim Hood and the 489 of Avery Carr. Looks like 4th spot will go to Feeblecorn. And 5th spot to the 126, John Zielinski. John out of Dugald, Manitoba on a 1990 Honda, finishing in the 5th and final spot. Race 50 coming up momentarily. Pro Formula 3 final. Don't forget, when we get to race 54, our Pro Champ final, we'll have the fan appreciation draw. You need to be in the grandstands before the Pro Champ 440 final for a free ticket to win $500. And you must be in the grandstands when we do the draw. Reed Klinger is going to be on the 221. Sponsored by Haugen Family Farms. 221 Reed Klinger is out of Wisconsin, riding for Team PDF out of Roseau, Minnesota. And on the 29 out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan, this is a new Polaris. The number 29 is Joey Birch. The number 6 is out of Chicago City, Minnesota. This is Gavin Peterson on the 6. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris FXR 111 is Tanner Foss from Greenbush. And the 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson from Hutchinson. And the 54 from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario is Ryan McKeag. And rounding out the field in the Pro Formula 3 final, the 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. This is the Red Bull Skidoo G-Money Gunnar Stern, scheduled to start here in race 50, your Pro Formula 3 final for 7 laps. On race number 50 on your schedule, Pro Formula 3 final. Getting at it here in turns 3 and 4 now as they click off their first lap. Blaine Stevenson, Tanner Foss right there. 1 and 2, Joey Birch on the 29, battling in the top 3. These sleds are very, very competitive. Riley Baker has the green. Here comes the 28 of Gady now in a great big hurry. 96 miles per hour, Matt Gady into the 3rd spot here. Look at the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. These drivers want to win. 54 in the top 5, Ryan McKeag out of Sault Ste. Marie. DL Racing entry. Right now it's looking like the 102 of Blaine Stevenson really having this race figured out. Wall Brothers Racing Polaris, 29, 28, 111, 54, 221, and 6 on the racetrack. Final spot, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Two to go for Blaine Stevenson. Joey Birch unable to close the gap up on a leader that has been remarkably fast here in this one. One to go for the 102. Birch, Gady in the top 3. Foss and the 54 is 5th. Ryan McKeag 5th on the 54 here. Not much question about this one. Wall Brothers Racing 102 of Stevenson will win it. 29 in the second spot. But what a run by the 102. Really, really flying out there. Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota on the 2025 Polaris. Getting the job done without question. Man, was he quick and mistake-free. All right, Anthony, it looks like we are going to, yeah, I know you were sleeping. I just wanted to wake you up. Nice work if you can get it, Anthony. I'll keep going here, and you don't have to worry about anything. Sportsman 600s, race 51. This is the final. 5 laps is the distance. Riding the 08 is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden. The 88 is Curtis Cam. He is from Oxdrift, Ontario. DJ Saluk is out of Beausejour on the 16. And the number 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo. 14 is Caden Temple. The 179 is Jason Mackey. Brad Harrison is on the 29. John Hall out of Beausejour is on the 13. Don't forget our fan appreciation draw for the Pro Champ 440s at race 54. That's coming up a little later on. Racing through turns 3 and 4 here. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on cooldown.tv on YouTube. Curtis Cam on the 88. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz. Both riders on 2000 Polarises. And both riders real quick here early in this Sportsman 600 final. Riley Baker with the green at hand. 23 is in the third spot. That's Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. Will's on a 1996 Skidoo Formula 3 sled. Curtis Cam looking good. John Hall's out of Beausejour riding the number 13 in the top 5 right now for race 51, the Sportsman 600 final. White flag is out for your race leader, the number 88, Curtis Cam out of Oxdrift. Good battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot here in turn 2. Next up will be race 52, Pro Light final for 4 laps. Then the Outlaws 600s before a grooming break. Curtis Cam is unofficially going to take this one. Then it's 08, 13, and 23 in the top 4. DJ Saluk coming across as well on the number 16. All right, so that'll do it for race 51, the Sportsman 600 final. A nice job by the 88 of Curtis Cam, a former dirt track modified racer. Competed all over Manitoba, Ontario. Dryden, Emo, Ontario. Believe he was at Winnipeg a few times. All right, so Awaiting the arrival now of race 52, the Pro Light Final. Again, a reminder, race 54, our Pro Champ 440 Final, we are going to have a $500 fan appreciation draw. Get your free ticket. You got to be in the grandstand before race 54. Get your free ticket, and we'll draw for $500. We want to fill the grandstands right up. All right, not a huge lineup here in the Pro Light Final. This is only 4 laps with 4 riders. The 113 is going to be Hannah Westland. Aboard the 29 is Oliver Davis. The 11 is Derek Meyer. And the 25, Kyler Kubek. Kyler Kubek on the number 25 out of Kewanee, Wisconsin. 2018 Perry chassis. $54 races total on the day. This is race number 52, 5-2. Quick 4 laps here in the Pro Lights before we go to the Outlaws 600s. Derek Myers actually on the number 10, not the 11 on your lineup sheets. And he says, see you later, folks. Lap number 1 almost complete. And it is complete right now for the number 10 of Meyer. Oliver Davis second on the 29, but not within striking distance of the leader here on lap number 2 of 4. Meyer looking good. Westland, third on the 113. 29 is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin, fourth. Rider slowing down the back chute here. As your leader, the 10 of Meyer takes the white flag. Westland and then the 29 of Oliver Davis, second and third. Thinking that must be the 25 on the back chute. Checkered flag for the number 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigan. Second spot to Westland, third to the number 29. That is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. All right, Outlaw 600s, race 53 of 54 on the day. That will be up next, a running start, or a moving start as we sometimes call it. Just like a dirt track sprint car, the Outlaw 600s will hit the track. Then we will do the intermission, do some grooming to get ready for race 54, the Pro Champ 440 final. And again, can't stress it enough, the fan appreciation draw. We need you all in the grandstands here. Undercover for that Pro Champ 440 race. We're going to hand out free tickets for a draw for $500. But you must be in the grandstands following the race. Outlaw 600's getting set to come out. 3XL is going to be Shorty Curran. He's from Browntown, Wisconsin. The number 19 is Chris Plasky from St. Germain, Wisconsin. Jason Zadroik is out of Eagle River on the number 18, or in the 18 rather. The 22 is Kelly Price out of Yorkton, Saskatchewan in the Eagle chassis. 381, he completely built this one himself. 381 is Chris Soren out of Rita, Manitoba. We are going to scratch the 44 of David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. But the one of Joe Schneider should be ready to go. Jumpin' Joe out of St. Germain, Wisconsin in the 2018 Outlaw 600 chassis. David Webster is a scratch. Safety crew over in turn 3 and 4 right now, so once we get that cleared up, we'll go to the Outlaws 600s, then a grooming break, and then, of course, our fan appreciation draw right before we go to our Pro Champ final for 15 laps. Don't forget, racing starts tomorrow at 10, and also don't forget, time change tonight. Spring ahead, spring forward with your clocks 1 hour. All right, so Shorty Curran, I believe, is going to start on the pole here in the 3XL. 19, Chris Plasky. Jason Zadroik. Inside the number 18, the 22, is Kelly Price. So Chris Soren on the 381. And Jumpin' Joe Schneider in the number 1. You're on a sled, you're in an Outlaw. Right, Anthony? Yeah, I think so. These machines using 600cc, mostly stock engines. Pretty cool. Have seat belts, a steering wheel, full containment seat like a dirt track sprint car. You can get more information on these at outlaw600.com. They're pretty awesome. Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, showing the way. Always consistent in this Outlaw 600 class. There's your leader, the 19. Joe Schneider is second. Number 18, Jason Zadroik, in the third spot currently.
5 miles per hour.
381 is Soren, right behind the number 18. The 19, Chris Plasky, continues to dominate so far. Final lap here in the Outlaw 600s, round 3. Chris Plasky, Joe Schneider, 1 and 2. Jason Zadroik, followed by Chris Soren. Then the 3XL of Shorty Curran. Kelly Price in 22. That'll do it. The number 19 wins that one going away. Joe Schneider in the second spot in the number 1. Then the 18 of Jason Zadroik, followed by the 381 of Chris Soren and Shorty Curran. That'll do it for the top 5 as we get set for one more Quebec intermission break. I want to remind everybody to get to the grandstands for our next race after grooming for our fan appreciation draw. Be in the grandstands before race 54, the Pro Champ 440 final, for a free ticket to win $500. And you must be on site in the grandstand after the race to claim the prize. So come before the race into the grandstand, get your free ticket, and wait after the race when we draw it. We'll be back with our final race of the day momentarily.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bomber Store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
Did you know that Moosehead is 100% owned, 100% packaged, and 100% brewed in Canada? Now, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that that would make Moosehead 300% Canadian. Makes you think.
All right, I think we have Reed Baker down there, do we? The man with the yellow bucket. Yeah, he's got tickets for you at the bottom of the grandstands for this $500 fan appreciation draw. So you'll need to go to the, well, if you're sitting in the grandstands, to the right set of stairs, and he will give you a ticket for that $500 fan appreciation draw. We'll get everybody a ticket, we'll get this race going, and when the race ends, we will do the draw. And somebody is going to go home $500 richer, but you need to stay in the grandstands for the race. Let's make this one real exciting. The 15-lap Pro Champ 440 final coming up with the fan appreciation draw. Get your tickets from Reed Baker, the man with the yellow bucket. Isn't there a Dr. Seuss thing, the man with the yellow hat? I'm pretty sure. Well, this is the guy with the yellow bucket. All right. It is curious, George. You're right. Well, that's exciting. You're running, it must be brutal.
I got pellets to the face.
Pellets to the face, huh? Wow. Don't forget, we're doing that fan appreciation draw. Look for Reed Baker with the yellow bucket at the bottom of the grandstands. He'll give you a ticket. Then you can go to the grandstands, watch the Pro Champ 440 final. And then, of course, we will give away $500 to one lucky ticket holder. That's a lot of dineros. The sleet has stopped.
All right, let's run them. Let's go. We got 3 minutes. Let's go.
Reed is still down with the yellow bucket, giving out free tickets for our fan appreciation draw. And we will be along with the Pro Champ 440 final here momentarily. Looks like 15 riders for 15 laps, 10 in the front row, 5 in the back row for 15 times around. All right, getting closer and closer to the start now of race 54 for FXR, your Pro Champ 440 final. We hope you had the opportunity to get your free ticket for the fan appreciation draw. We'll do that after the race is completed. And give away $500 to the lucky ticket holder. All right, race 54 has finally arrived. Your Pro Champ 440 final. 15 laps will be the distance. The 220 is going to be G-Money Gunner Stern out of West Chicago on the Red Bull Skidoo. The 102 sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing out of Greenbush. The rider is out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. This is Blaine Stevenson. Aboard the number 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota. This is Matt Gady. The 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin on the Wall chassis. The number 3 from Sorel Tracy, Quebec is Danique Lambert. And out of Lockport, Manitoba, the MPH Racing number 8 is Travis McDonald. The 111 is Tanner Foss from Greenbush. He rides the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris FXR 111. The number 9 is Dane Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. And out of Drummondville, Quebec, the 79 is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette on the Polaris. That is your first row. On the back row, the 221 is Reed Klinger. The 75C is Calvin Cook. Riding the 29 is Ashton Christensen out of Luck, Wisconsin. The C21, sponsored by Century 21, is Brandon Christensen. And the 27X is Spencer Landry out of Brookline, New Hampshire. That is your lineup for the Pro Champ 440 final. Don't forget the fan appreciation draw after this race. And tomorrow we will run this very race once again for the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. But everybody in this lineup wants to win tonight as well. Somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose. As we get set, there's Sabrina Blanchette on the outside on the bright green 79. 15 riders, 15 times around for your Pro Champ 440 final, brought to you by FXR. Riley Baker having a look at the starting line, and we've got jumpers. Well, that'll open up the front row now and fill the back row. But a good break for some of the riders, a bad break for some of the others. Okay, now we're going to go 7 up front, 8 in the back. So this could be real interesting here. Pro Champ 440 final for 15 times around. Brought to you by FXR. Proud sponsor of the 64th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. .220, 102, 28 of Matt Gady. 31, Will Garceau coming up. There's the 3, Danique Lambert. The 8 of Travis McDonald. He will start on the front row. 111, Tanner Foss. Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. A good start, always important. 15 times around, you want to get out front and stay out of that snow dust. Almost set here for your Pro Champ 440 final. Who's ready? And here we go. Red flag is out once again here. All right, so we've got another jumper, this time apparently for the second row, or from the second row. All right, we do believe the jumper was the 31. That, of course, Will Garceau out of Wisconsin on the wall chassis. Right, we're going to try it once again here. There's the Red Bull Skidoo of Gunnar Stern. Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers entry. Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota will be looking for another great start. Danique Lambert, Travis McDonald, Tanner Foss on the other Wall Brothers Racing entry. Riley Baker has the green flag. Getting set in the back row as well. All right, looks like we're set to go here. Looks like a good start this time. Heads up in turn 1 and 2 as they fly through there. Pretty good looking start so far to the Pro Champ 440 final. Matt Gady, Tanner Foss, and Gunnar Stern in the top 3. Stern on the inside of the 111 and takes over the second spot. Matt Gady is flying. Matt Gady, Gunnar Stern, Stevenson, and Foss in the top 4. The Wall Brothers Racing team has some work to do here. Look at the battle for the number 1 and 2 spot here. Wow. Out of turn number 4 and down the front straightaway. Gunnar Stern on the inside of Gady. And the Red Bull Skidoo had the spot but gives it back. This is a gunfight. What a race for the number 1 spot. Stevenson is third, Tanner Foss, then Klinger. But the best race in the place for positions 1 and 2. 95 miles per hour. We are getting it done here. G Money Gunnar Stern is your race leader. Matt Gady in the second spot, but preparing to strike at any moment. .102, Blaine Stevenson, Foss, Klinger, Danique Lambert outside of the top 5 on the number 3. .98 miles per hour. Gunnar Stern looking pretty strong up front. Will Garceau trying to get into the top 5 here. He is on the number 31. Sled stopping on the inside of the front chute. Gunnar Stern, Matt Gady, and Blaine Stevenson, your top 3. Stevenson a distant third. Matt Gady on the 28. trying to close the gap up on Gunnar Stern. Danique Lambert battling with Sabrina Blanchette on the 79. Tightened up for the lead once again. So much racing going on, but almost impossible to take your eyes off the leaders here. Travis McDonald on the MPH Racing entry pulls to the inside of turn one. A tough break for Travis McDonald now. Looks like there could be some debris on the back chute on the inside. Look at this race. On the inside, side by side they go. Look at this race. Back a little ways, Garceau having a battle. We've got another rider dropping. Matt Gady is your leader with 2 to go here. 103 miles per hour. They are stepping it up big time. Last lap, 1 to go. Here comes Stern again. Blaine Stevenson in the 3rd spot, but the real race is up front right now. Keep your eyes in turn 3 and 4. And the best race of the day, how about it for Gunnar Stern? Matt Gady on the 28th second. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 is 3rd. 31, Will Garceau, Sabrina Blanchette, Tanner Foss, Danique Lambert. What a race that one was. Oh, you want to talk about not giving an inch. You saw it right there. Probably one of the best oval track races I have ever seen between two guys that know how to get the job done. And boy, oh boy, what a run for both of them. That is an ultra, ultra competitive class and very, very interesting to watch that race. Your winner will approach Riley Baker on the front chute. Grab the checkered flag for a victory lap. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? G-Money Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo getting the job done. Don't forget to hang around in the grandstands. We will be doing our fan appreciation draw here momentarily. I'll meet Reed Baker up on the grandstand area and we can do the draw for you for $500. Well, that was race 54, the final race of the day. Don't forget, following the races, we have the social at the Moose Den, which is the beer garden with a live band. Tonight, the time changes, of course, so don't forget to set your clocks forward. We start tomorrow here at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. start here tomorrow for the 64th FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. All right, so your top three, Gunnar Stern, Matt Gady, and Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. Fantastic job by all the riders in that one, but those top two, oh, that is pretty cool to watch. Reed, are you down there? All right. Gonna head down there and we will get this draw done for $500. Well, I'll start with first place. G-Money Gunnar Stern on the 220. I was saying after that race, probably one of the best snowmobile races I've ever seen in my life. From the seat here, how did it feel?
Yeah, it was a battle for sure. Was following Matt a little bit there at the beginning. Managed to get behind front of him. You know, I felt like we were a little bit faster, and thought I had a little bit, of a distance. I never know what's going on behind me, so Matt kind of surprised me coming out of 2 one time, and kind of told myself I got to get going again. So yeah, I got a good run coming down the front stretch right before that on that last lap, and was able to hold it for one more lap at least.
Any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my whole crew here. Small crew here this weekend, but everyone's trying their hardest, trying to make this sled fast. It's damn fast, man. I've never driven such a fast sled here. All our sponsors, Red Bull, premier sponsor here, like always, Skidoo, Woody's, Tubbo Towels, Abraham Trucking, FXR, Mike Gould is helping us out like always, Feast Oil, Dayco Power, Engine Ice, Country Financial, Greg with Trackside giving us an awesome engine, man. This thing's super fast. Thank everyone.
Thanks very much, Gunnar Stern, ladies and gentlemen. Second spot now, Matt Gady out of Minnesota. A super ride out there. Man, you guys didn't give an inch, and super entertaining. Big thanks to you guys for such a good race.
Yeah, it was definitely a good battle there with Gunnar. Once I had him pass there, I was hoping I could pull away, but I don't know if I got all driven or what. But yeah, if I didn't get a good run out of turn 4 there coming to the white, I'm not sure. But all of a sudden I heard him and he was going by me. So yeah, congrats to Gunnar there, and congrats to Blaine. Yeah, it was a good race, and hopefully the fans like it. And yeah, I got to thank my sponsors, Skidoo, MJT Trucking, Nicolay National Bank, Ravine, and I hope Dale's watching at home. So yeah, thanks.
All right, how about it, Matt Gady? Now we'll move to the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. A heck of a race. You're a little far back there, but you were watching it. What were you thinking when those two guys were getting at it?
I was just hoping they'd tangle up quite a bit.
Yeah, no kidding, I guess. How close did you see them at times?
Yeah, I don't know. I half a straightaway back. It's kind of hard to tell, but looked like it was entertaining, and I was surprised that they flopped once, and I was kind of surprised that they flopped again. So it was it should have been awfully entertaining, but we just too far back and couldn't get a good look at it or anything. But I think we worked hard today, and we ran a good race in the final, and I'm kind of happy with where we're at. We kind of we're throwing a lot at it, just trying to find speed, and we know where we're at, but we need to continue to improve, and hopefully tomorrow's a little better and we can make some progress.
How big would it to win that 64th tomorrow?
Huge. It's always something that we circle every year on the calendar. Obviously, Walls have a lot of great history, and then winning 3 times myself it's special to do it here. So definitely aiming for it.
All right, how about it, ladies and gentlemen? Blaine Stevenson.
I just want to say thank you to all my sponsors, the whole Wall Brothers Racing team, Dermont, Jordan for all their hard work on this sled, the guys at the shop, Terry, Jeff, everything that they do, Dave and Dustin, everybody at Wall Brothers. Just thank you so much. Thank you to Polaris Racing, Tom, Ben, Scotty, always hooking me up and really supporting my career. I really appreciate it. All of our other sponsors, FXR, 60 Helmets, Woody's Traction, World Tech Industries, RCCA Co-op, 2 Extreme Designs, my whole crew, my family. I want to say hi to my wife, and my baby's sleeping at home, but they couldn't make it. But I want to say hi to them at home, and all the great fans that come out here. We love coming here, and we hope you guys do too.
All right, thanks very much, Blaine Stevenson. Your top 3, ladies and gentlemen, on our Saturday race. Don't forget, we're back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. start. Set your clocks forward. We're going to have Gunnar Stern do the draw for $500. And don't forget, you must be present in the grandstands. All right, here is your winning number. 646-089. 646-089. You are $500 richer. You can meet Raid up in the grandstands and claim your prize. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget about the time change. Don't forget about our 10 o'clock start here tomorrow at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. On behalf of the entire crew, I want to thank you all for coming out, and we'll see you tomorrow for FXR right here in Beausejour. Thanks for coming out, and enjoy the social tonight at the Moose Den. What do we need? We'll do that number again. 646. Oh, we got a winner? Up there, okay. They want the money delivered, apparently.